Hi y'all. What's up y'all? How everybody doing? Shout out to everybody in the chat with they thumbs jack. Man, I gotta shoot a disclaimer. Fair Use Act. Education purpose use only. All rights, image, and music clip belong to their respective owner. And we do not claim ownership. And I just want to tell y'all straight up like this here, God is real and everything what the Bible speaks of. You finna expose all the Bible verses in it. Now, keep this in mind for all the people that's out there that's tuning in and, from different religions and other stuff. Please, all I just ask, if you actually believe in the true God that's here to save your soul, to give you a better life. Cause when you live in this life, the older you get, you realize that somebody got something in store for you. Cause this life is not fair. It's filled with violence. It's filled with corruption and greedy people that want to be God. Check this out, right? For a prime example. Let me go to this in my live scene. I think it's still one. My bad, y'all. I took y'all to my living room. All right. If you notice right here, UFO missing scientists. And guess how many scientists came up missing, right? If you've been keeping up with the UFO and Donald Trump talking about, yeah, we about to release the files of the UFO and look all these scientists missing. Now, look at what they look like, right? Look what they look like. Now, if you can go to him, you got 10 missing UFO scientists that came up missing, right? Okay. Right here at the bottom of the screen, you got this video where this was in, I think it was like in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. But it was just a video that was uploaded 6 years ago. I think this was in the 80s, though, when the video recently aired. And this person told you what the aliens look like. So if this person tell you what the aliens, what they look like, go back to your favorite movies, like E.T., The Encounter, all those UFO movies, right? And look how they depicted the people that came from outer space, depicting them as angels, right? And according to you a Christian, everybody want to say they Christians and stuff, and Christians got to believe in this, and like, yep. They in the Bible also speaks about fallen angels that came in and interact with humans. How did they get here? Through a ship, a plane, some type of flying object. They just didn't fall to the sky like wings. When you look at it like back in those days when they said Satan was cast down like a lightning bolt, like thunder lightning to the ground. That's how fast he came to the world when he was cast out heaven, right? Think about a jet. A jet shoot flames in the sky. You know what I'm saying? The way you get the G-force, break the sound barrier, ball of fire, and it looked like electricity, like a lightning strike. So this what I'm finna get at, right? this one finna get it. I went to her. If you remember this, when they said, hey, they taught us in school about the timeline of human evolution, right? Man, y'all, they taught us this in school. And they said this, what they taught us in school. Watch this. Hold on. Matter of fact, watch this. I could just, boom, just skip. Well, y'all won't know just by me showing y'all the pictures. But keep this in mind. They said, hey, us black people came from monkeys. This was the evolution. But they ain't just say us black people. They said all race came from a monkey. All race now, not just black, white, all race came from monkey. See? Right? All race came from a monkey in the jungle. Now, this is what they taught you in school. And guess why? The reason why they taught you about evolution in school. About, what you mean we all came from monkeys? Watch the game they ran. So don't you remember when the Bible speaks of Esau? Y'all remember Esau, right? Esau was look, let's go to this. And this finna be very interesting. Check it out, y'all.
Family tree. Other references. Minor prophet references. Jubilee. Oh, A is the elder son of Isaac in the Hebrew Bible. He is mentioned in the book of Genesis 3 and by the prophets Obadiah 4 and Malachi 5. The story of Jacob and Esau reflects the historical relationship between Israel and Edom, aiming to explain why Israel, despite being a younger kingdom, dominated Edom. 6. The Christian New Testament alludes to him in the Epistle to the Romans 7 and in the Epistle to the Hebrews 8. According to the Hebrew Bible, Esau is the progenitor of the Edomites and the elder brother of Jacob, the patriarch of the Israelites. 9. Jacob and Esau were the sons of Isaac and Rebekah, and the grandsons of Abraham and Sarah. Of the
Now watch this. Tell me if God is real. If they said, look, about the Homo sapien and evolution about monkeys, and this is where humans come from. If you go to Esau and Jacob, all right. If you go to the giant in California, in Las Vegas, and they said, wait a minute, in California on the Pacific West Coast, there were documentary about giants in the cave and underground tunnels, most famous tied to the Castle Creek area mountains near the Sacramento River Canyon. These story is a part of the indigenous order. Hold on, wait a minute. According to the lore, a fallen race of giants once inhabit the caves. Did you hear that? In the habit of caves. Let's go to here. Underground fortress and tunnel, and their civilizations were destroyed by a catastrophic flood that washed them away. Now think about when they come to UFOs. When they come to UFOs, Let's go to the Loch Ness Cave. Loch Ness Cave is in where? Churchill County in Nevada, Vegas. Vegas. Now think about the UFO crash site, Area 51, and they said they discovered aliens and a craft over there, right? Remember that, right? And all this what the Bible speaks of. Look, watch this. Look, it was known to found of giants. Giant. Go look at the history. If you look at the Loch Ness Cave that was used in the early 2580 BC. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me 2,500 years? It was a Loch Ness Cave before Christ. Before Christ. It was a Loch Ness Cave that was used in the early and 2,500 before Christ. That just gave you all the information that you need to know then, right? Then that just give you all the information that you need to know right now. And think about this. All the U.S. Scientists, they coming up missing. And this the reason why they coming up missing. If you go back to this title alone, Loch Ness Cave, this the giant. 25, if they was already in Las Vegas before Christopher Columbus, now this finna show you how we are the real true indigenous people. Look. Y'all remember how they used to describe Bigfoot? What's the name of that movie, y'all? About that orangutan. It was a orangutan that was staying with a family. What's the name of the Henderson family? What's the name of that orangutan movie? And it was staying with a white family. And they made a comedy out of it. Somebody named that movie. It's a movie. It came out in the 80s. Let me go. Damn. 1980s movie, The Henderson Family. Here we go, right here. Here we go. I knew I Harry the Henderson. I knew I remember this, right? Check this out. Do y'all see something familiar when it come to Hollywood? Look at this like Esau, a red-haired giant. Boy, this finna get real good. They showed you this in Hollywood. Oh yeah, you remember Elf too? Oh, we gotta get the Elf. We gotta get that too. Cause I was gonna pull that up too. I'm just trying to start out slowly. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to start out slow, so we might be here for a little minute. Now keep this in mind. For the ones that never saw this movie, cause there's gonna be some people that never saw this movie. I knew I would grow up in it, you know what I'm saying? Everybody may have not saw this movie, but I saw this movie. So, I'ma just, boom, I'ma just cut the volume off on her, and I'ma just play the video, and you will see what is really depicted. Now watch this, hold on. Look, now hold on, watch this. If you go back and watch that movie, see they in the mountains And they interacted with what? Look, this who they interacted with. If you go back to this, to the Homo sapien people, right? These people right here. Let me skip this. Boom. You see that? Now hold up. I'm getting too fast of myself. Let's go back to this. Time of the evolution. I'm going to go. No, I don't need to go to that right now. I just need to go to this. Do y'all remember the cavemans? Now this the cavemans. Now look, this was in 81 of the caveman. Look how Hollywood with the lion, you know what I'm saying? If you go, guess who you see? I used to watch this on TV. I used to love this movie. I watched this on the movie. Hold on. The Cavemans. Right? Hold up. And the crazy part about it, y'all remember the Geico commercial? The Geico commercial. They so cold with it. Look.
It's so easy to use Geico.com, a caveman could do it.
What?
Oh, no, not cool. I did not know you were there. I can change.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It's so easy to use Geico.com, a caveman could do it.
What's that supposed to mean? Did you hear that?
Red-haired giant. Red-haired giants, what he specifically described in the Bible of these people. Now, they was showing commercial of this. And the reason why they said, look, even a caveman could do it. Guess who civilized them people? You see what I'm saying? Look at the caveman. Let's go to the caveman commercial. The Geico. Y'all remember the Geico dealing with a lizard. Everybody know who Geico is when it came to the. And you remember Bigfoot? Then look. This where they finna get Bigfoot from. Boom. Watch this. Now y'all see this? Look what an orangutan would look like. I'm finna show you how cold they could cast a spell. Orangutan. What orangutan depicted with red hair. With red hair. Orangutan. Then look, if you look at this orangutan right here and go back to the Hendersons. Booyah! See that? Look. Then when you go to the Bible, giants in California, they had red hair. The flood supposed to wipe them away. The flood supposed to wipe them away. You even got the History Channel talking about it. Look, they even talking about the aliens, the giants. Look, the discovery of giants in North America, the forbidden knowledge. I didn't even know. Just imagine if you went to school and they taught us Christopher Columbus in slavery and talking about Christopher Columbus discovered America. And you didn't know, and you were Christian, and you was always taught about Esau. You know what I'm saying? When the Bible taught you about Esau, it was all about the birthright. If you go to Esau, Esau was a red-haired giant. Matter of fact, you might as well say Esau is Bigfoot. Look. You, yes. Esau is a scribe of having red hair in the Bible, specifically in Genesis 25, stated that he was born with red hair with cover his red hair covered with red hair like fur coat or fur coat. And they said the body gonna be is covered like red hair in a fur coat. I find that very interesting. Now I find that's very interesting. And then look, I find out that's so interesting that boom. Watch this. All right. The orangutan. Jungle School. Go look up the orangutan origin. Right? Red hair. Cover his body like wool. Like fur coat. Check it out. Right? Boom. That thumbnail will tell you alone. One thing I learned, and could smile and everything. And hold a hand. Mwah. See that? Now, when I look at this, it hit real different. So now check this out. The Bible speaks that a spirit could come in human form and animal form too. In animal form. And I never looked at life the way I looked at. Then look, sticking the tongue out. Boom. Right? Orangutan saw a tree. Know how to cut a tree. Know how to use tools. All right. Let's go back to the Henderson family. Now check it out. You got Bigfoot in the wood. Now look where they would have had to shot this at. Where the Lost Love Cave at. And look how they interacted with Bigfoot. Boom, come here. See that? That's crazy. If they would have gave him his original fur, paint him back red like this. Paint him back red like this. Instead of using no Hollywood filters, and then you will see what I'm really saying. Like, boom, look. Hold up. Bam. I might need to cut the volume up on this so we can see.
Mon Dieu! They have a language?
Oh, you have a language? Now they got the music in there. So let me cut the captions on. Alright, I got the captions on. Take care of yourself, okay now. Now let's start from the beginning. It's just 2 minutes long. We gotta let him go. Oh, he said, you gotta let me go. Check him out. giant. You never got a chance to say thank you. I didn't think you would ever know how much it means to us. Hug them and stuff. All right. All right, take care of yourself, okay now? Okay. Oh, it made him smile. And he cheesed. They have a language? He laughed. So that means he could understand his language. That's crazy. How Hollywood could catch a spell and make movies about it. That's crazy. And this is what the Bible speaks. This why Jesus got to come back here, bro. Hold up. It's gonna be more than one of them. All of them, look how they look. Now, Jago, for what I don't know. There's always a lot in this. See how they laughed and made that little joke? There's always a lot in this. All right. The Loch Ness Monster. When you catch on to these jokes, when you go to the real story about the Loch Ness Monster, look, boom, they will even tell you in so many ways, like, that's why they got to come out with movies, because they know God is real and Jesus is real. Jesus is coming back and he gonna expose all the this. So now look, if you go back to the caves that's in Las Vegas, where UFO crash sites at, and you want to know why the government covered it up, like, well, really ain't nothing crashed here, and we're like, well, too many people saw it. Well, you know, this is a restricted area. We're like, well, we heard it was UFO, but we got some of the plane crashes, you know, but it's upon investigation. We can't talk about it. And we're like, man, it's UFOs too. Cause it's crashing over here in California. And it's crashing over here in Las Vegas on this side too. Well, you know, they don't know nothing about all that, and they'll get the news media be like, yeah, ain't nothing happened. Right? Hold up. Wait till my screen unfroze. I don't know why my screen be freezing up like that, but so when you think about E.T. movie, if you go to E.T. movie, you go back to the Henderson movie. Henderson ain't number the Bigfoot story. Remember when you was a kid and they used to show this on the news all the time, finding Bigfoot, or somebody said they saw Bigfoot. I remember used to go in the grocery stores and remember they used to have a newsstand before you check out, and you know what I'm saying, before you check out the grocery store, right there where you bag, they had that newsstand right there, and it was always Bigfoot on the front of that motherfucker. Breaking new Bigfoot being spotted. Extra, extra in the Extra, Extra magazine, because I never forget, it's an Extra, Extra magazine. Remember those Extra, Extra magazines? Mm-hmm. So now look, if you go back to the Loch Ness cave, then go to all the Geico commercials.
Is really condescending.
That's crazy.
Geico.
Seriously, we apologize. We had no idea you guys were still around.
Yeah, next time maybe do a little research.
Gentlemen, are we ready to order?
I'll have the roast duck with the mango salsa. I don't have much of an appetite, thank you.
Geico. Geico.
So is it fair to say that if they was calling us monkeys, they was calling black people monkeys? That's the most racist slur in the world when the white man called a black man a monkey. But look who was that's admitting of evolution or where they come from. Look, they admitted they identity. They admitted their identity. Look,
And everywhere I go,
even the caveman could do it.
there's always something to remind me of another place.
How can it be offensive if it's true?
Okay, first of all, I'm not 100% in love with your tone right now.
Tone aside, historically, you guys have struggled to adapt.
Yeah, right. Walking upright, discovering fire, inventing the wheel, laying the foundation for all mankind. You're right. Good point. Sorry we couldn't get that to you sooner.
Connie, your reaction?
Sounds like someone woke up on the wrong side of the rock.
Geico.
Don't worry about those guys. I am just so sick of this. Dude, what do you expect? You went with Geico.com. What, to save some money? It's my life, okay? Just a little loyalty would be nice, that's all. What? Having Geico makes me less of a caveman? Tina's here, we're getting back together. Hey!
So how black people would be monkeys and they the one playing as monkeys? You see what I'm saying? Look, they the one playing the role.
Give us a minute.
Geico.com. So easy a caveman can do it.
Why does that bother you?
Why does it bother me? So easy a caveman can do it?
Well, it's just a commercial.
Okay. Well, what if it said Geico.com, so easy a therapist can do it?
Well, that commercial wouldn't make sense to me.
Why not?
Well, therapists
Are what? Smart? My mother's calling. I'll put it on speaker.
Geico.
Look how hairy they arms is, they body. See that? It's their own commercial, bro. Look how hairy they arms is. Just like the Henderson family. Just like the Henderson family, bro. That's so crazy to me. All right. Boom. Grab them, hug them. See that? Then you got the Geico commercial. And they can show you all this in plain sight. So easy being a caveman. So easy being a caveman could do it.
Time, let me be myself so I can shine with my own
Look how
eyes.
he's slowly
Let me
forming,
be
understanding
myself.
technology.
Please, for you one time, let me be myself.
All right. Let's go to the Geico commercial. Where the Geico? They go to Lizard. Check this out.
Geico's been saving people money on car insurance for over 70 years. And who doesn't want value for their dollar? Been true since...
And they tell you, look, they'll tell you like how Satan can transform, fallen angel could transform to a human, to an animal, whatever he desire. Look, if you see what the Geico commercial talking about, and it look like a lizard, man, you could even go the scared truth about the Bible, Jordan Maxwell. And I'm like, man, I can't believe that the things that I'm finding out, and actually the Bible is so real that you could actually see all the flaws in it. Like, boom, then you'll go to ancient kings and be like, oh, then look, remember the Bible, what it say about pig? Then you finna get all the Freemasonry. You see what I'm saying? For the people, then look, if you go to the Geico commercials and all this, you would actually see the message like, damn. All right.
Since the day I made my first dollar. Where is that dollar? I got it out to show you.
Was it rather old and wrinkly?
Yeah, you saw it?
Fancy a crisp?
Geico. 15 minutes could save
See
you
that
15%
went from
or more on car
caveman to
insurance.
lizard. Look. Let's go to the furnace commercial.
Sorry, here we go from the top and action. For over 75 years, people have saved money with Gecko.
Cut it.
What did I say? Gecko. I said Gecko. Oh. For over 75 years.
Keep it together.
I'm good. For over 70. What are you doing there? Stop making me laugh.
Geico. Saving people money for over 75 years.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Kangaroo.
Oh dear. I'm not sure exactly what happened here last night. I was out helping people save money on their car insurance.
More, you doing it, are they doing great?
We got Richard Simmons.
Hi, come sweat with me. Keep going, Richard. Keep sweating.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So, being an advertising spokesman, I have to look my best on camera. Whether I'm telling people about how they could save money on car insurance with Geico. Yeah, a little bit more of the lime green, love, yeah? Or let them know they can reach Geico.
So you got a lizard telling you about how to save insurance by switching to Geico. That's so crazy, bruh. That's so crazy. And then you want to know why all the UFO scientists come up missing. And these people explain what they saw. They trying to tell the world. It's like, look, this stuff is real. But the government would tell you, no, none of this is real. And then the people that were trying to expose it, they come up missing. And the world want to act like they don't know what happened to these people. Like, these people, then the government didn't come and shut these people up, kidnap these folks, got these people out of here just to keep that conspiracy rolling. And then you got Donald Trump talking about, yeah, I think we about to release the the UFO file. And all this what the Bible speaks of. This is a prophecy. Look, this is a prophecy. Watch this. Look how they depict themselves in these commercials. And you can go to history. You can actually go to history and read about this. Watch this. I'm going to just show y'all the whole 30 pictures of this. Now, I'm going to just show y'all the pictures, but when I give you the timeline and actually break it down what you seeing, you finna understand every photo you see, like this one, that one. You finna understand what this means. You finna understand what that means. You finna understand what that means. This, that. Look, this. See that? Boom, into this. Boom, into this. To this. Bam, into this. Boom, all of this. Bam, look what it finna grow to. Look, just like a gecko. Bam, just like a gecko. Remember the gecko, right? Boom, just like a gecko right there. Boom, bam, to this, all the way coming to the monkey. Evolution. Boom, the red hair. Bow. Then you get the skulls. Booyah. Then boom. Whoa, wait a minute. What did booyah? Bam. Into this. Into this. And you can, the timeline of the evolution, we just saw all of this in one commercial. We saw all of this in one commercial. To the gecko, to the caveman. You see what I'm saying? The evolution. Remember the wood man? Look. You talking about Esau? When it come, yes, Esau described a red-haired giant in Genesis. And you're a Christian. And guess what? They all depicted as a red-haired giant. That his hair was covered like fur. Like a mink coat. Look, baby Esau. The hairness. Baby Esau. Political story. The redness. The red and hairy. Is that why they call it hairy? Hairness. Boy, that Hollywood is a beast out here, bro. Look, now you see why they call it Harry and the Henderson. They cold with these words. So now look. Let's go to the timeline of the evolution. Read this out loud.
Timeline. Unicellular life. Animalia. Chordata. He timeline of human evolution outlines the major events in the evolutionary lineage of the modern human species, Homo sapiens, throughout the history of life, beginning some 4 billion years ago down to recent evolution within H. sapiens during and since the last glacial period. It includes brief explanations of the various taxonomic ranks in the human lineage. The timeline reflects the mainstream views in modern taxonomy, based on the principle of phylogenetic nomenclature. In cases of open questions with no clear consensus, the main competing possibilities are briefly outlined. Overview of taxonomic ranks. Edit. A tabular overview of the taxonomic ranking of Homo sapiens, with age estimates for each rank, is shown below. Rank. Name. Common name. Started millions of years ago. Life. 4,200. Archaea. 3,700. Domain. Eukaryota. Eukaryotes. 2,100. Opomota. Excludes plants and their relatives. 1,540. Amorphia. Abazoa. Excludes Amoebozoa amoebas. Epistheconta. Holozoa plus Holomycota, Cristidocoidea and fungi. 1,300. Holozoa. Excludes Holomycota. 1100. Philozoa. Coenozoa.
Now, I already looked into all of this stuff, but I just want y'all to see what they showing you. Snare, think about Noah's story. When it comes to the Noah story, bring each creature, you know what I'm saying, to the boat and all this, and they can repopulate the earth like land. Don't this sound familiar, right? Look. That means everything, the plants, the seed. You're gonna need the seeds. Look, bees. Man, and then check this out. You gotta think about medicine. Cause some of those plants gotta be medicine. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think about medicine and all of this stuff, right? Look at all the animals that's dealing with human evolution. So if you look at the timeline of human evolution, and then look when it comes to these people, bruh, look. I didn't know none of this in the Bible. When you read the Bible again, it's once you read the Bible again, it's like it's another visual. Like, damn, I can actually see the future. And if it was saying this then, and you living in this frame, and you could actually be like, well, damn, I could make a century that I will be living in. Because the Bible clearly say these signs gonna take place at this time, and this is the time that you shall see. And once you shall see these signs, you shall see the next sign that shall come. And that means when Jesus said it's your duty to warn the young generation, because it's daytime, but this is where they're going to get their understanding from, bro. All right. So now look, I went through all of this, and I couldn't believe it. I said, that's why you got all of these. Then you finna see, that's where you finna get the Geico commercial from. Think about when these people were talking to animals, like you heard about the serpent, the snake. You see what I'm saying? And if you look at your time, you could actually have a talking serpent if you could show it on the TV screen, and because all your kids is hypnotized by the same creatures. Look at all the animals that we were raised up to. Rabbits. That's where we get Bugs Bunny from. Daffy Duck. We got a duck. You know what I'm saying? We got the coyote. You know what I'm saying? Then we got the rooster. We got Elmer Fudd. You know, you got all these characters, right? Sylvester the cat. You see what I'm saying? So now look, if you read in all of this, boom, and it gonna come straight to the monkey. Straight to the monkey. And these people told you, like, hey, humans came from a monkey. Instead of saying God created humans, they said humans came from monkeys. Look who will come from these people. Look. The Neanderthal people. And look, the Neanderthal people, right? Look, they even taught this in history. That's crazy. Hold on. The Lost Seven, the 8 human species before us, and the one that survived, That's crazy that you got people that actually talking about this stuff. And then when they talking about it, look at their narrative. Look, back to Esau. Even the people that know where they come from. She look just like the statue she's showing. A male and the female version, bro. Look. All red hair giant. Then look, the Homo sapien versus the Neanderthal. The now you see this. I don't see nobody depicting black people. I don't see nobody depicting like this a black man. You know what I'm saying? This a black girl. I don't see nobody depicting. Cause look, when you find out the people that actually know the truth, you don't see nobody calling no black man a monkey when it comes to the Neanderthals and the ancient human discovery. You see this? Look, blue eye. Hold on. They better not be blue-eyed too. They better not be blue-eyed too, right? Check this out. Look. Golly. I want to go to what they said about the DNA. Let's go to the DNA. Listen to this. Let's go to the DNA.
Probably part Neanderthal and have at least one Neanderthal grandfather or grandmother somewhere in your distant lineage. Most modern humans from outside of Africa usually have between 1 and 4% Neanderthal DNA. And this DNA has considerable effects on us today. This happened as our Homo sapien ancestors met our prehistoric cousins while leaving Africa, where things probably got quite interesting. We know humans bred with Neanderthals, and they most likely
He just said a mouthful that he said when the humans bred with the Neanderthal. He said the Neanderthal or the Neanderthal people, they most bred it. Right? Hold on. Hold up.
likely led interesting to our prehistoric cousins while leaving Africa, where things probably got quite interesting. We know humans bred with Neanderthals.
Humans bred with the Neanderthals. He just slipped up and just told y'all the truth. Now you see a black man, an African. Think about fallen angels. When the fallen angels arrive, then you go back to the Bible and read the Bible again when it said this. What God has said about angels breeding with humans.
According to openbible.info, when man began to multiply on the face of the land and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of man were attractive.
All right, let's go to verse 6. Now let's go to in Genesis verse 6. Genesis chapter 6, I mean. All right, let's go to Genesis chapter 6. And guess what Genesis chapter 6 said in the Bible, right? Hold on. I'm finna pull it up. Genesis chapter 6, verse 1 to 4. And let's read this out loud. And guess who they finna depict? Hold on, wait a minute. All right. Now you finna see who all the fallen angels is. Now, who are the Nephilims? Now you see they got Satan. Guess what color hair he is? Red hair. This is a picture depicting him crying. because he was cast down to the earth. Right? The Nephilim is the sons of God. Not, because keep this in mind, the God that we supposed to worship only had one son. If you go to the book of Acts, when Satan and Jesus was on the mountaintop, and Jesus told Satan, "Get away from me, Satan. You just like your father, the father of lies." They said that in the Bible, in the book of Acts, to be exact, right? So that means Satan and Jesus don't have the same daddy. That means Satan got a daddy, bro. Satan got a daddy. Look, the Nephilim was the sons of God mingling with the daughters of Adam. Then he just told you was mingling with the daughters of Adam. And there was great political giants, the fallen ones, the Rephims, the dead ones. Description of all ones applied in one group and character found within the Hebrew Bible, the Nephilim. From the ones that do heroes of the old, the men of the renowned to come. In Genesis 6, it tells the reading of the Nephilim, which means the fallen ones, which translated into English were a product of a complication between the divine beings, the sons of God, the human women, the daughters of Adam. The Nephilim is known as the great warriors and political giants. That you can see this in the book of Ezekiel 32:27 and the book of Numbers 13:33. It was once claimed that the mating of the sons of God and the daughter of Adam, they resulted into becoming the flood. And this caused the Nephilim to have a negative publicization. This is believed because the next verse in Genesis chapter 6, verse 5, in the introduction of the flood narrative became their name, meaning fallen ones. It is unlikely that the interpretation is correct because Genesis 6, chapter 6, verse 4 present nothing but praises for the Nephilim and no criticism is present. You see what I'm saying? The name fallen ones is likely referred to the divine, transforming fallen into human condition. You go to Ezekiel 32, then the book of Numbers, it tells you about the Nephilim. Make it so bad you could read all of this and find out the real truth, and then you can go back and hear what he just said.
Probably considerable effects on us today. This happened as our Homo sapien ancestors met our prehistoric cousins while leaving Africa, where things probably got quite interesting. We know humans bred with Neanderthals, and they most likely lived on the same pieces of land for thousands of years, where their relationship was undoubtedly quite complex.
Told you.
Although the last Neanderthal died out tens of thousands of years ago, their DNA sequences still influence how genes are turned on or off in modern humans. These genes can contribute to a plethora of physical and psychological effects. Today, however...
So basically, if you look at evolution just basically broke it down to just saying you have fallen angels that bred with humans, and that's why they match humans with evolution. You see what I'm saying? That's what I get out the evolution. It's not that people came from monkeys and all that. It was about fallen angels that breed with humans. And that's why they... Golly. And these the people that will come from outer space and crash. And the government will be there in the instantly. Get the crash site, clean the area up, and get on the news and tell everybody oh, you know, it was just nothing but a weather balloon, yeah, it was just some kind of object, you know. But stuff like this here, this all evolution told me. So this where you get Adam and Eve when if you got Adam and then they said take a rib out of Adam and give it to Eve because a woman got one more bone than a man. A woman got one more bone than a man. That's been scientifically proven, right? And look how they got the sketches drawn up. Look.
However, we will only be focusing on the physical ones. So how do we tell if we have Neanderthal DNA? Well, the easiest option would obviously be to do a DNA test.
DNA test.
Wondering how much Neanderthal DNA you have?
Watch this.
Tommy Jen has generously decided to give my viewers a 10% discount on their DNA tests.
This
is one of the few DNA tests that shows the amount of Neanderthal DNA you have.
If the white man called us monkey, why you don't see a white man a black man depicted on her? But when it comes to like the real history, when they tell it, look who they always depicting.
Being one of the most comprehensive DNA tests out there, they also offer tons of super interesting info relating to your genetic code and can tell you about your paternal and maternal haplogroups, as well as health, pharmacological, and nutritional information unique to your DNA. Click the link below and use my coupon Archives of ECNI to get your 10% discount. Anyway, without further ado, let's get back to the video.
Let's get back.
But DNA tests aside, there are some physical signs
and guess what? And God told you how powerful your blood is. Now, check this out. This how to show you how powerful your blood is. You just need a little sample of and you can expose a whole lot. Blood is information. But the average people look at blood, they don't look at blood like that. They look at it like, man, I want to be cut. Oh, damn, I cut myself. Look at all this blood. Let me clean this up and bandage this up. You know what I'm saying? Nobody never studied that blood and be like, damn, what kind of blood I have? You know what I'm saying? I want to know the truth. And you could actually look in the mirror. You could actually look in the mirror and be like, damn. And once you find out your DNA, be like, what if you find out like, damn, I didn't know I had this in my blood. I didn't know I had this in my blood. And look in the mirror, be like, damn, I see my features now. Like, boom. Look, watch this.
That you may be carrying Neanderthal DNA too. So let's take a look at these. Light skin and hair and easily getting sunburnt. Neanderthals passed down a gene to modern humans that deals with keratin in our skin. And this may cause us to burn more easily in the sun.
Because check this out. If you were not a part of this earth, it'll make sense that you would get sunburned. Because in the other race, they adapted to the sun. You know what I'm saying? We use suns, you know what I'm saying? You know, we chills in the sun. But you got a certain race that can't chill in the sun. They'll get sunburned. How can you get burned by the sun? Now, as a teen, when I was coming up, when the TV came on, they had channels, you know what I'm saying, commercials, you know what I'm saying, commercial about sunblock or tan and all this. And you know, when MTV had came out, they used to show the surfers, you know, Venus Beach in California, how the surfers go out there. And they like, you'd be like, yeah, put on some sunblocker, man. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, I was like, why white people burn up in the sun? Why they could lay on the beach with the sun now and they would actually burn up. And you know, a black person could be in the hot sun and you know, we'll be hot as hell, but we ain't burning. Did it get to a point that like, damn, we got to go inside and put some special oil in? And that always puzzled me because I never did understood that as a child. Like, what, how, you know, what's wrong with them? Like, you know, I'm concerned. I'm like, damn, I want to know because I was kind of curious. All right.
The same gene means it's more likely that your skin and hair is lighter in color. But why would they have a gene like this? Lowering defenses to sunlight in the skin probably allowed both our Neanderthal cousins and then us to absorb vitamin D in the grey, cloudy regions of Europe they inhabited. Baldness. Being bald may be an unfortunate inherited trait from your Neanderthal ancestors who also suffered from the same affliction all those thousands of years ago. Perhaps Vin Diesel has more Neanderthal DNA than he is aware of. Lack of back hair. While you may have some of the negative traits like baldness and easily being burnt, you may be one of the lucky ones who is less likely to have back hair thanks to Neanderthal DNA. So, it's not all bad, and we can be thankful to our ancestors for giving us.
And it's funny, he's saying this is ancestry. He's saying this where he come from. This is ancestor, this is cousin, and all this stuff.
The blessings of a hairless back. Obesity and fat metabolism. Neanderthal genes affect the composition of fat throughout the body and how much of it is stored. So, if you're a bit heavier and find fat to be stored more around your torso, this may be due to your Neanderthal DNA. While these genes may make you fatter, they may actually help you to break down fat to use as energy faster too, which is some good news. This may have increased the metabolism to help early Europeans and Neanderthals break down fat more quickly to get energy to survive in low temperatures. Elongated skull shape. One of the most influential and best physical markers of Neanderthal DNA is the shape of your skull being less globular and
check this out. Y'all want to know the cold part about it? Do y'all remember this movie? Hollywood, cold for this one. The cone head. There we go. You got Hollywood even came, and guess where they came from? That's if you saw this movie, guess where they came from? Look, I remember this movie, bruh, and look at they skull. And look what they depicted as. Saturday Night Live made skits about it. I think they made 2-3 movies. If I'm not believing, I think it was a Conehead 1, Conehead 2. If you know the full story of the Conehead, they act like robots. They act like, everybody know they came from outer space. And that's why they call them the Coneheads. And then look, shaped like a pyramid, right? Like a pyramid. So they got to adapt to human life. And they like, whoa, what is this? They got to adapt to human life. So all of this is new. Just think about it. If you came from another world that's highly advanced in the world that you in now, and you were like, whoa, this is like taking a rich person and bringing them to the ghetto. And like, man, we actually got to sleep on this bed. Like, oh my God, like this is, how can they sleep like this? Like, you know what I'm talking about? So look, outer space, right? Then you get E.T. Once you go to E.T., why they got Etta James on her? E.T. So when you go to E.T., look at E.T. and look at his head. Only different head is his head on his.
My uncle Anthony Buckner grew up tough. Single mom, no dad, public housing. Anthony Buckner is focused on mentoring the next.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. They come to Chicago. All right, hold on. Now you see E.T. head. Only different is shooting at the back of his head. That's crazy. Look. And they always interacting with their own people. So this a way that if you were reading the Bible, this a way Hollywood would rock you back to sleep, cause they'll give you movies like this. This how they cast spells on people. Like boom, see this? They ain't scared. Then look, if you look at them side by side, look at them side by side. All right. Now I remember that, and then I remember this most famous scene right here. This the most famous scene. Police trying to get up with them. They know they got E.T. The E.T. in their basket. So boom, they trying to find them. And guess where they filming this at? In the mountain. Right? In the mountain. I won't even be surprised this was actually on the true story. I won't even be surprised that this actually happened and it was based on the true story instead of a fiction story. And they were trying to look, we need that and save them. And did some type of miracle shit, like, cause this could be actually what people saw. Like, damn, did y'all just see that? And look where they flying over. Look at the houses they will be flying over through Beverly Hills, mansions and shit. They in the burbs with this shit. Guess where they going? That was the most famous scene in the movie. Now you done land on the mountaintop. Now you done land on the mountaintop. Now look what happened. Boom. Just like if you were reading the Bible how they was all on the mountaintop and they witnessed a miracle. That's crazy to me. So look. So if you got all of this will be going on, and you read this again.
Coenozoa plus Philisteria. Coenozoa. Coenoflagellates plus.
I gotta go to her. And let's read it from her. No, I don't want to go to the faucet. I want to go to this. Straight to down to her. Right here.
Plus animals. 900. Kingdom. Animalia. Animals. 610. Subkingdom. Eumetozoa. Excludes porifera sponges. Parahoxozoa. Great ape ancestors. Speciate from the ancestors of the gibbon, lesser apes, between c. 20 to 16 ma. They largely reduced their ancestral snout and lost the uricase enzyme, present in most organisms. 28. 16 to 12 ma. Hominini ancestors speciate from the ancestors of the orangutan between c. 18 to 14 ma. 29. Pyrolapithecus catalonicus is thought to be a common ancestor of humans and the other great apes, or at least a species that brings us closer to a common ancestor than any previous fossil discovery. It had the special adaptations for tree climbing as do present-day humans and other great apes: a wide, flat rib cage, a stiff lower spine, flexible wrists, and shoulder blades that lie along its back. 12 Ma. Danuvius guggenmosi is the first discovered late Miocene great ape with preserved long bones and greatly elucidates the anatomical structure and locomotion of contemporary apes. 30. It had adaptations for both hanging in trees, suspensory behavior, and walking on two legs, bipedalism, whereas, among present-day hominids, humans are better adapted for the latter and the others for the former. Danuvius thus had a method of locomotion unlike any previously known ape called extended limb clambering, walking directly along tree branches, as well as using arms for suspending itself. The last common ancestor between humans and other apes possibly had a similar method of locomotion. 12 to 8 Ma. The clade currently represented by humans and the genus Pan, chimpanzees and bonobos, splits from the ancestors of the gorillas between c. 12 to 8 Ma. 31. 8 to 6 Ma. Sahelanthropus cadensis. Hominini. The latest common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees is estimated to have lived between roughly 10 to 5 million years ago. Both chimpanzees and humans have a larynx that repositions during the first 2 years of life to a spot between the pharynx and the lungs, indicating that the common ancestors have this feature, a precondition for vocalized speech in humans. Speciation may have begun shortly after 10 Ma, but late admixture between the lineages may have taken place until after 5 Ma. Candidates of Hominina or Hominini species which lived in this time period include Grecopithecus, c. 7 Ma, Sahelanthropus cadensis, c. 7 Ma, Ororan tugenensis, c. 6 Ma. Ardipithecus is, or may be, a very early hominin genus, tribe Hominini and subtribe Hominina. 2 species are described in the literature: A. ramidus, which lived about 4.4 million years ago, 32, during the early Pliocene, and A. cadaba, dated to approximately 5.6 million years ago, 33, late Miocene. A. ramidus had a small brain, measuring between 300 and 350 cubic centimeters. This is about the same size as the modern bonobo and female chimpanzee brain. It is somewhat smaller than the brain of Australopithecines like Lucy, 400 to 550 cubic centimeters, and slightly over a fifth the size of the modern Homo sapiens brain. Ardipithecus was arboreal, meaning it lived largely in the forest where it competed with other forest animals for food, no doubt including the contemporary ancestor of the chimpanzees. Ardipithecus was probably bipedal as evidenced by its bowl-shaped pelvis, the angle of its foramen magnum and its thinner wrist bones, though its feet were still adapted for grasping rather than walking for long distances. 4 to 3.5 Ma. Reconstruction of Lucy. A member of the Australopithecus afarensis left human-like footprints on volcanic ash in Laetoli, northern Tanzania, providing strong evidence of full-time bipedalism. Australopithecus afarensis lived between 3.9 and 2.9 million years ago and is considered one of the earliest hominins, those species that developed and comprised the lineage of Homo and Homo's closest relatives after the split from the line of the chimpanzees. It is thought that A. afarensis was ancestral to both the genus Australopithecus and the genus Homo. Compared to the modern and extinct great apes, A. afarensis had reduced canines and molars, although they were still relatively larger than in modern humans. A. afarensis also has a relatively small brain size, 380 to 430 cubic centimeters, and a prognathic, anterior projecting, face. Australopithecines have been found in savanna environments. They probably developed their diet to include scavenged meat. Analyses of Australopithecus africanus lower vertebrae
And did y'all hear what they said about Tanzania? Right here. Tanzania. And this where you get the movie Tarzan from. So if you get the movie Tarzan from Tanzania, and you get what they telling you This Tarzan. That's why it called Tarzan. Because it was named after Tarzan the Nil. And guess who they depicted? A white man. You see what I'm saying? So is this showing you that, hey, you got the Tarzan movie and everybody know what Tarzan is about, all of this. And you can actually read up Esau, red hair, Tarzan got red hair, and then you can go what Cain looked like. And if you go to Cain, look at these people. Look who they, not this Cain, but Cain. Look like. And when they depict Cain, check this out. When they depict Cain, right? Look how Cain would be depicted. I need a good picture. So hold on, I'll be right back, y'all. Let me show you what. Let me show y'all what Cain depicted, what he looked like. We're gonna go to Cain in the Bible. Alright, here we go. Just like Tarzan. Just like Tarzan. Just like Tarzan and Lucifer. Boom. If you really want to go deep, check this out. Y'all remember the red dot? This the red dot, right? And guess who got the red dot on their head? The Philippines. That's where you finna get the Buddha, the Hindu from, all of this stuff. So basically what I was showing you is big ain't this show y'all, man, look, Esau. When it come to Esau, this where you get the birthright from in Genesis, right here.
Twins, Esau was the first to be born with Jacob following, holding his heel. Isaac was 60 years old when the boys were born. Esau, a man of the field, became a hunter, one who had rough, two qualities that distinguished him from his twin brother. Among these qualities were his redness and noticeable hairiness. 10 Jacob was a plain or simple man, depending on the translation of the Hebrew word tam, which also means relatively perfect man. Jacob's color was not mentioned. 9. Throughout Genesis, Esau is frequently shown as being supplanted by his younger twin, Jacob, Israel. 11. According to the Muslim tradition, the prophet Yaqub, or Israel, was the favorite of his mother, and his twin brother Esau was the favorite of his father, Prophet Ishaq, and he is mentioned in the story of Yaqub in Qisas al-Anbiya. Citation needed. In Genesis. Edit. The story of Esau and Jacob reflects the historical relationship between Israel and Edom, aiming to explain why Israel, despite being a younger kingdom, dominated Edom. 6. Birth. Edit. Genesis 25 verse 25 narrates Esau's birth. Now the first came forth red, all over like a hairy garment, and they named him Esau. 10. The meaning of the word Esau itself is not entirely certain. 12. Others have noted the similarity to Arabic, Atha romanized, A with Macron lit. Hirsute. 13. The name Edom, Hebrew, romanized, M, is also attributed to Esau, meaning red, wink with a frown. 11. The same color is used to describe the color of his hair. Genesis parallels his redness to the red lentil pottage that he sold his birthright for. 14. 1. Esau became the progenitor of the Edomites in Mount Seir. Birthright. Edit. Esau and Jacob presented to Isaac, painting circa 1779 to 1801 by Benjamin West. In Genesis, Esau returned to his twin brother Jacob, famished from the fields. He begs Jacob to give him some red pottage, a play on his nickname Edom. This refers to his red hair. 10. Jacob offers Esau a bowl of lentil stew, Hebrew, Romanized, Zim, in exchange for Esau's birthright, Hebrew, Romanized, bor.
That's where the police, when they come in their interrogation, that's why they always give you you want to do a little cigarette. And it's just like, what's it called, said in this comedy skit. What's his name? Mike Epps. Like, yeah, when you watch first 48 hours, a nigga be trying to act hard, like, man, I don't know shit, goddamn it. And they say, they cut to commercial, and when they cut back on, that nigga got a goddamn plate of chicken wings sucking his thumb in his motherfucking fingers, talking about some yeah, man, I done seen them. They done jump over the fence. They all had assault rifles, and he shot first, and man, that shit funny than a motherfucker. Cause look, you could put a person, you could make a person sell their soul for a pot of food or a cigarette, anything they desire. You could break them down. Man, don't you know how many people that snitch just because, man, the detective said, you want a cigarette? Yeah, give me a cigarette. Man, I give you a cigarette, bro. You scratching out, man. I give you a cigarette, but you gonna have to tell me something now. Man, you gonna be looking at that Newport. They gonna have that box on that motherfucking table, and you gonna look at that giant. Now, give me one of them giant. Fire that giant up. Take a couple of puffs. Yeah, I'm ready to talk now. Tell us what you know. You finna be puffing like a like a cowboy. Look, you even gonna blow zeros at the smoke. You know what I'm talking about? You're like, damn, yeah, I ain't know you could blow zero smokes out. You a good smoker. Like, yup, and I'm gonna tell you what. See, Snoop went over there. He knew what time. He the one that called the shot, and he told me if I didn't do it, he was gonna kill me also. And take another drag off for take one deep ass pull off that shot. You know, when they take that deep pull, when they got dimples in their jaw, and when they inhale it, they oh yeah, boy, it's finna be a story to come behind that. But look, this is what I'm saying. If this what I figured out, I said, damn. If you go back to Gilgamesh and Noah, all these people came from Noah's bloodline, right? So if you look at Noah's story again, right? Would you go back to the giants? Because they were still living. When the flood, they supposed to destroy every creature, you know what I'm saying, and all the giants. It was just to destroy all the giants, the crookedness of the world. But giants still survived. So then when Noah got out the boat, humans still survived. So the world wasn't repopulated. It was still populated. So look, what I'm getting out of this, and this has been coming across my feed on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, because the stuff I'm looking into, I'm like, damn, I didn't even know none of this. Then it pop up in my feed, I'm seeing videos that people already talked about this shit years ago. And I'm like, damn, look how late that I am on this stuff. So I feel so bad saying this type of. Just say, like, for a prime example, right? I really understand the birthright right now. Because the government kept this tradition alive about the birthright. That's why you signed up for a social security number. This the mark of the beast right here. This is the mark of the beast. If you go back, and all this was explained in the book of Genesis. Look, all this was explained in the book of Genesis. Now, these people told you in the Bible and said, hey, when they touch down, they gonna build a city. Meaning that, man, these folk was wealthy. Even the Bible said these people already were traveling with servants, butlers, and slaves of their own. And when they come to a city and settle, they gonna build their own city and name it after their own people. Who still do that right today? All right. Then they gave you the family tree. Once you go to the family tree, when you go back to Abraham, look. If you go back to Abraham, Hagar, Ishmael, right? If you go back to all of these people, and be like, that's why they took all that out the Bible. That's why they took all that out the Bible. Because if you go, because this is what I did know. Y'all remember that statue in Egypt? Hold on. Let me go to this. Black statues of Queens, Egypt. Black statues of queens in Egypt.
According to smartscience.blog, in the United States, the statues of black people that stand in our plazas and parks are far more than mere decorative elements.
Hold on, y'all. I'm finna show y'all the most famous statue in Egypt. Cleopatra. I'm gonna go to Cleopatra. I didn't even know this. You want to know what makes the black queens so special when it comes to the statue? Cause they breeded with the humans. When they breeded with a black girl, they made the black girl queen, and they made the black man king. Cause they had kids. And they put their kids in thrones. You see what I'm saying? That's why you would see them with their head scarf on. They said like, they would never tell you who was King Tut's wife. You see what I'm saying? They just look at it like in now today form. If you got a black girl want to be an entertainer, or an actress, and she got to go to Hollywood to get this. No other way that you got to go to Hollywood. So you go to Hollywood to get down with the ritual. That's why they'll put you in their costumes. That's why you'll be on stage half naked with a headpiece on and on stage with spotlight. So now look. So basically, what I done did, I said, hey, these people been told us in the commercial about the Geico commercial.
Million drivers are insured with Geico, so get a free rate quote today.
Savings and service. See how much you could save at geico.com.
It's too hot. Oh, this is too hot, mate.
And now today.
And people, and we looking at it like, damn, Geico, good insurance. Let me go switch to Geico. I could save a bunch of money on my car insurance. And don't know what it actually means. That you got these people telling us about the Homo sapien people. And they admitting where these people come from.
Time and again, they lose everything. But they reach beyond their limits and always manage to survive. They discover agriculture, and they tame animals. They build villages and change the landscape. Man becomes the most powerful creature in the animal kingdom. They explore their imaginary world, and in the process discover art and the magic of dreams. Over the last 50,000 generations, their knowledge has been passed down to us. We are last 50,000 generations, their knowledge has been passed down to us. We are their children. What's their real story? How did they populate the earth? How did they make our lives what they are today? Here is the story of the dazzling rise of our great family, the Homo sapiens.
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the young.
The planet suddenly cools. Water is locked into the poles, and an enormous ice cap forms over Europe and Asia. In the north, life has to acclimatize to the cold. In the tropics, life desperately struggles to survive the drought. In Africa, the great apes see their forests disappear. Two of them, Aurorin and Tumai, adapt to the savanna and invent a new way to get around. They stand up. 4 million years ago, they disappear, giving birth to a new, better adapted species, the Australopithecus. Lucy and her fellow creatures continue to walk upright. They survive by eating hardy plants. But eventually, they die out too. They're no match for their predators. Next, Homo habilis arrives on the scene. This skillful man is the first true representative of the human species. He invents tools and starts to explore and travel the world.
That sound like who in the Bible? Guess who that sound like? Who in the Bible? In Genesis alone, they discovered the tools. They were intervention of tools. That's what I learned about Freemasonry. I might need to go to hold on, matter of fact, let me show y'all what the Bible said about who invented the tools. Hold on. Who invented the tools in the Bible?
According to BibleHub.com, metallurgy and tools, Tubal-Cain is noted in Genesis 4 verse 22 as an instructor of every craftsman in bronze and iron. This indicates the early development of metallurgy and the invention of tools, which played a crucial role in the advancement of human civilization.
Now remember when I told y'all about Tubal-Cain? I read this in the Masonic book. And I said, cause y'all know Tubal-Cain is related to Cain, the one that killed Abel. Right? He the one that Cain is related to Tubal-Cain, the one that killed Abel, right? This who invented the tools, Tubal-Cain in the Bible. So if you got these people told you that these people came down here and invented the tool, and the Bible told y'all about Tubal-Cain right here. When you go to Tubal-Cain, I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it in here. And you're going to go to this Tubal-Cain Freemason. And look what you finna get. Tubal-Cain is the father of Smithcraft. Tubal-Cain. You go to Tubal-Cain, it's Freemason. And I read this in the Masonic Bible, and it's the same thing as the King James Version, but it actually broke down when it said, yeah, Tubal-Cain, he's the person that's mentioned in the Bible in Genesis 4. He's the blacksmith. He started, look, I'm going to let these folks read it. Look, watch this, y'all.
Christian narrative, popular culture, family tree, references, external links, Tubal-Cain, article, talk, read, edit, view history, appearance, hide, text, small, stand. Tubal-Cain or Tubal-Cain, Hebrew, Tal-Cain, is a person mentioned in the Bible in Genesis 4 verse 22, named therein as the first blacksmith. He is stated as the forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. A descendant of Cain, he was the son of Lamech and Zillah. Tubal-Cain was the brother of Naamah and half-brother of Jabal and Jubal. Jewish narrative. Edit. According to Rashi, Tubal-Cain's name literally means cane spices, with the Hebrew word tual deriving from the word tulin, meaning spices. Rashi states that he was named this because he seasoned and improved the work of Cain. In other words, because he was a blacksmith who helped to make weapons which could be used to kill more efficiently, he invokes his ancestor Cain's sin of murder. Furthermore, according to Tanhuma bar Abba, one day, Tubal-Cain and his father, Lamech, were hunting together with Tubal-Cain serving as an aide for his blind father.
Keep this in mind. Guess who they killed? Cain, the one that killed Abel. Did you know this part about this? This finna be the second murder in the Bible. And remind y'all, the Bible put a mark on Cain's head and said, hey, if anybody harm you or kill you, you know what I'm saying? You know what God told Cain and said, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to you. This is why you got the mark on your head. And look who ended up killing him. His own people. So you went from brother to kill brother to this?
Father. In the distance is Cain, whom Lamech believes to be an animal. He checks with Tubal-Cain to see if it is an animal.
You believe he was an animal? Guess what he would look like? Shit, guess what he would look like? Won't he would look like this? In the Bible, right? This the crazy part about it. This the crazy part about it, right? Look, boom. Let's go.
Animal, but Tubal-Cain deceives his father and lets him shoot and kill his forefather Cain, possibly because of Tubal-Cain's bloodlust. When Lamech realizes what he has done, he throws his hands up in a fit of mourning, accidentally killing his son Tubal-Cain. However, Genesis Rabbah disagrees with this narrative. 1. In Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus says that Tubal exceeded all men in strength and was very expert and famous in martial performances, and first of all invented the art of working brass. 2. Christian narrative. Edit. Tubal-Cain at his forge, by Andrea Pisano, 1334 to 1336. In the King James Version, his name is rendered as Tubal-Cain. In the New International Version and the English Standard Version, it is Tubal-Cain. The Latin Vulgate renders him as Tubal-Cain. It is not clear why he has a double-barreled first name. Gordon Wenham suggests that the name Cain means smith, which would anticipate the remarks about his metalworking skill, or that he is called Tubal-Cain in order to distinguish him from the other Tubal, the son of Japheth. 3. Richard Coggins suggests it may be a variant of the same tradition which lists Tubal in the Table of Nations at Gen 10 as a land well known for metalwork. 4. In the Book of Jasher, Pseudo-Jasher, 1751, the name of Tubal-Cain is explained by Zillah, his mother. After I had withered away have I obtained him from the Almighty God. 2:24. 5. AI retrieved source. This verse has led some to speculate that the name Tubal-Cain may reflect a fusion of this phrase with the name Tubal, but no modern scholarly consensus supports that etymology. 6. 7.
Do y'all know what tools that they talking about that he created Tubal-Cain? Do y'all know what tools that he created? Let me show y'all. Do this ring a bell? Watch, guess what the tools he made. Tubal Cain. I read this in the Masonic Bible, bruh. Look. Tools. You see the tools, the gravel. He knew how to build. That's why Masonic. Now you see, that's why Freemasonry know about. You can even mention Tubal Cain in the court system. You can even go to YouTube and go to this right here. Check this out. Tubal Cain code word for Freemason. Tubal Cain, hold on. Watch this. Check this out.
Obscure sect of the Freemasons. Now hold on. Our strategy is that all.
Hold on, look, watch it. Here we go.
That all federal, state, and local judges are members of a certain obscure sect of the Freemasons. Now hold on. Our strategy is that all judges are Masons. Well, there's more to it than that. Like what? Well, there's a secret Masonic word which, when uttered, obligates judges to rule in your favor. Wait a minute. You're basing my whole case on some silly secret word? Mr. Jan. Come on, Joe, give it up. Tubal Cain. Tubal Cain? That all federal, state, and local judges are members of a certain...
They say in the shadows of Eden's exile, one man shaped the first cursed blade. His name was Tubal Cain, a descendant of Cain himself, and the Bible calls him a forger of all instruments of bronze and iron. But that's just the surface. Ancient legends whisper something darker, that he wasn't just a blacksmith. He was the first to bind metal with magic, a master of occult metallurgy, taught by fallen angels, crafting weapons meant to defy divine order. Historians know
Oh, my bad, y'all. My time out. Let me do it again. Check this out, y'all. Adam, Eve. had Cain. Cain killed Abel. Then Eve gave a third son to Seth. Now, if you go back to Seth, right, in the Bible, this is the reason why they took a lot of books out the Bible dealing with Seth, because they all came from fallen angels. Now, if you look at it when Satan cast out her, and then you got the Adam and Eve story. If you go back and look at everybody, this word just say like right here. Arad is a name in the Hebrew Bible. It's little known about him and his connection. But when I looked into him, this where you finna get Iraq from. That's why the United States always going to war with Iraq. Because now you finna see this really like the Holy Land. You see what I'm saying? And everybody over there fighting for this. Now look, if you scroll down and look at lynchment, lynchment is related to Cain. Tubal-Cain, okay. Tubal-Cain tried to set up Cain and deceive and to tell him, boom, it's an animal in the field, and he accidentally killed him, right? And he was like, oh my God. You remember that famous verse that he said, whoever killed the man, and I killed the man 7 times, and you know, you heard it that phrase before, right? If you go back to Zelia, now just think about this as a Christian. You just say you know this story. Just say you're a Christian and you know this story, and you know this story about heart. I had a Masonic book. It's no different. It's written the same in everything about the story. But in the Masonic Bible, it would tell you like who she really, really is. It give you more details on these people. And the Masonic Bible basically said, this is where you get Freemasonry from. This is the foundation of Freemasonry. That's why the fallen angels gave it to Eve. Remember the fruit? It wasn't a fruit. It wasn't a fruit. It was drugs involved, and the sexual intercourse came in because you got to breed. You got to send your seed. That's why in the Bible it was like they're gonna curse thy seed. You know what I'm talking about? So now look, Freemasonry explained this. What according to Christian, the way we was taught, Adam and Eve is the first human beings in the world. Cain killed Abel, and then God gave Eve another son because Cain killed Abel and he was the righteous one, and Seth, you know what I'm saying, is gonna rule, and this the family tree, and this gonna be through God lineages. And this finna show you how the earth will really repopulate it and all of this. And this where you finna get Ham, Shem, and Jacob. Now check this out. When you get Noah and Ham, Shem, and Jacob, that's where you finna get Gilgamesh from. This where you finna get Gilgamesh from. Once you understand who Gilgamesh from, then you finna actually question. You finna actually question the Bible. Be like, okay, as a Christian, I know what the pastor told me, and I know what I read for myself in the Bible. And if I look at it another way without destroying my faith, you know what I'm saying? Because I know when it comes to a Christian, they don't want to think like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to go against their grain. Be like, nah, I'm a Christian. I'm gonna stick to it. I ain't finna think outside. But according to God gonna want you to think outside the box. Because if he didn't want you to think outside the box, he wouldn't have to bring Jesus, you know what I'm saying, to her to save you. See what I'm saying? So look, this what Masonic broke down. Masonic said when Satan came down here, it wasn't no creating no Adam and Eve. Satan came down here and created Hermes. I mean, he bred it with Hermes. Not just him, other fallen angels, because he brought 1/3. And he manipulated Adam. Cause when God created Hermes, Hermes was already all over the world and everybody was fruitful. So when Satan came down here, he had sex with Hermes, and the Hermes that he had sex with was African. And the African and the Africans have giants. Have you noticed, like, when it comes to sports and all this, you know what I'm saying? Look how tall black. Don't you notice every sport black people dominate in, right? And I never could figure that out. I'm like, damn, you know, I understand that we dominate in every sport, but why? You see what I'm saying? Like, nobody cannot compete with black fighting sports. You can't do it. And I always wanted to know, why is that? Why we got to be the most dominant than any other race? I never understood that until now. So now look. This is where you finna get Iran from. This is why the United States going to war with Iran right now. It's not because of the oil, you know what I'm saying? It's not because of, you know what I'm saying, oil and nukes and weapon of mass destruction. It's all the political. It's fulfilling the prophecy. Now, if you go to Zillow, you finna get the first rate in the Bible. This is the crazy part about it. You finna get the first rate in the Bible, and now this really finna start a war. Now you got Ishmael. Now keep this in mind. Ishmael is talking about the flood. When it comes to Noah, he is the son of Jared, the father of Methuselah. If you go to who Methuselah is, right, go to Methuselah. Methuselah is a Judean Christian. Keep this in mind. It was already Christianity, right? This what the Masonic Bible taught me. In the book of Genesis, y'all remember when y'all pastor told y'all, thumb me up if your pastor told you this in his sermon. Did y'all know that Jesus was already here before Adam and Eve? Jesus was the words. Did y'all hear that come from y'all preacher? Don't agree with me because I said it. You know what I'm talking about? Agree with me if you heard it came from your pastor. And I went to different churches. Because, you know, back in the days, you know what I'm saying, you had your regular church. And, you know, when you go to a regular church, you know what I'm saying, your church would be like, let's go to pastor church. You know what I'm talking about? And preachers used to say, like, yeah, Jesus is God. You know, Jesus, you know, they'll preach that Bible in the book of Genesis. Adam and Eve were like, Jesus was the word, God was the word. Jesus is the beginning and Jesus is the end. And you know, Jesus was before and Jesus is the Alpha. He is the Alpha and he is the Omega, right? That's the most famous sermon they always teach. Right? In the word, the world amongst us. Now look, this is what the Masonic version teach. The Masonic version said when Lucifer came down, they interacted with Hermes. And in the Garden of Eden, and Garden of Eden is in between Tanzania. Remember the movie Tarzan? Remember they depict Tarzan as a white man living amongst apes. And apes is in Africa, right? Now check this out. And they admit they had to be civilized through the monkeys and they surrounding other Hermes that control the monkeys. Now watch this. This is what the Masonic Bible taught me. When Lucifer came down here, that's how you got Cain. Cause keep this in mind, Eve was already pregnant. Look, Adam and Eve never had sex yet. The first time Eve had sex was with Satan, and that's when you get Cain. That's why Cain was full of envy. Cain was a chef. Cain was known for cooking spicy food. Like, you know, Cain is that type, you know, I'm a chef. And look, you like spicy food? I can, you know what I'm saying, spicy, hot, flaming. You know, everything he like it hot, flaming. Everything, you know, his season is hot. You know what I'm talking about? All that, but they, you know, but then look, he killed Abel. Cause look, after when Eve sinned it, look, check this out. After when Eve sinned it and had Cain, right? She had Abel. And when she had Abel ended up, Cain ended up killing Abel because he supposed to be the righteous from God. You see what I'm saying? Since the devil came and breeded with Cain, that's why you got Cain. That's why God told Cain, like, yeah, I see what you feeling against your brother. You know what I'm saying? Do you got any plans on harming them? You know what I'm saying? All of this. Because now you got good versus evil. Since they got Abel out the way, now Adam and the breed with Seth. Keep this in mind. When the Bible tells you, like, yeah, Adam and Eve, this would be the sons of Adam. But keep this in mind, in the Masonic Bible, they're going to tell you how many kids Adam got with Lillian. Y'all remember Sleeping with the Enemy? Y'all remember that movie, Sleeping with the Enemy? You know what I'm saying? Sleeping with the Beast too. Now look, this is what the Masonic Bible taught me. Now this is the Masonic version. So then look, you got Seth, right? Now look, all of these people gonna be real religious. They're gonna be preachers and pastors. You're gonna have Enoch. If you go to Enoch, he was described, he was the son of Cain, the father of Irad. Now if you go on the map, look what an Iranian would look like. Want an Iranian would look like Enoch? Look, Enoch. Do this look like an Iranian right here? Check this out. Enoch, right? Look, go to Irad. Damn, I wish they would have gave me some images. So look, basically, what happened was, if you got millions of indigenous people already on the world, then mysteriously another race, well, not another race done came. A fallen angel that came and actually bred with a human and had babies. This is where you finna get all the cavemen from, right? All the cavemen from. This is where the Bible really speaks for. If you go to Tubal-Cain, this is when tools got involved. Tubal-Cain, this is where Freemasons got involved. So when you start from Tubal-Cain with Freemasonry and all the tools, guess what you finna get? Go to his story. He is mentioned in the Bible as a descendant of Cain. She was only mentioned the daughter of Lishman and Zillah. The youngest to mention in the child, her brother was Tubal-Cain, while Jabal and Jabal was her half brother. Now keep this in mind, half brother, sons of Lishman with other wives. All right. So look, if you go, then look, now you finna get Noah. They let you know Freemason was already here before Noah was born. Noah, right? That's how he would know how to build the ark. Now, guess what? This is what Satan have in mind. Satan said, we got to rewrite the story. This is what the Masonic Bible said. We got to rewrite the history and say it was a major flood, even though it was actually a flood. It was actually a flood. But it didn't wipe everything out. So Satan said, we just going to say Ham, Shem, and Jacob repopulated the whole world. All right, now watch this. According to the Masonic, if you go to Tubal-Cain, like what I showed y'all about Tubal-Cain, if you go to Tubal-Cain, Freemasonry, this who invented they tools, they symbols, right? This is where Freemasonry come from, right? I read this in the Bible, and I said, this is where they get their tools from. So I said, oh, okay. And when they got to mention Tubal-Cain, if you go to her, let's go to her store, right? If you go to her store, what they said about her in the Bible, man, I just really need the whole narrative so I can show y'all what I'm talking about. Okay, Freemasonry already was started when it came to Tubal-Cain. This is where you finna get the Tower of Babylon. Hold on. King Nimrod. Now,
Nimrod is mentioned in the book of Genesis as the son of Cush and the great-grandson of Noah. He is described as a mighty hunter before the Lord and is considered the first on earth to be a mighty man, Genesis 10 verses 8 to 12. His kingdom began in the land of Shinar, which is often identified with southern Mesopotamia, and he is credited with founding several cities, including Babel, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh. He is also said to have built Nineveh, Calah, Rehoboth-ir, and Rezin in Assyria. While Nimrod is a prominent figure in biblical texts, there is no direct historical evidence of his existence outside these scriptures. Scholars have debated his identity, with some suggesting that he may have been inspired by historical figures such as Naram-Sin of Akkad or other Mesopotamian kings. The lack of archaeological evidence linking him to a specific historical context has led to various interpretations of his character and significance. Nimrod's legacy has been shaped by numerous legends and interpretations throughout history. In Jewish tradition, he is often portrayed as a tyrant who opposed Abraham and promoted idolatry. Islamic literature also references a conflict between Nimrod and Abraham, highlighting his role as an antagonist in these narratives. Nimrod remains a complex figure in biblical history, symbolizing both human ambition and rebellion against divine authority. His story has inspired various interpretations and legends, making him a significant character in religious and cultural discussions. While the historical accuracy of his existence is debated, his impact on literature and tradition is undeniable.
Man, this is what the Masonic Bible told me about Nimrod. Won't this make sense if Freemasonry already here? They already had tools. And they already got knowledge that is not of this world, but from a supernatural world, right? That's why he was building the tower all the way back up to heaven. But guess what? They can't go back up to heaven, right? So guess what they got to do? Build machines. Now they're gonna need technology. Basically starting off from scratch. Check this out. The Masonic teaching when it come to Adam was depressed because he got to live his life of drinking water. He got to experiment of being tired. He got the experiment of breathing air to survive and to stay alive instead of the good life. You see what I'm saying? This is the Masonic teaching that I read in the Masonic teaching. And did you know that Adam tried to commit suicide? That's how depressed he was. Now, this is the Masonic teaching about. And then look, and Nimrod was like, look, I'm finna go back and I'm finna go back up there to the earth, to the heavens. Now in the Bible, everybody know Abraham. But if you look at what his name was in the beginning, it was Abraham. If you go trace the root name of Abraham and the origins of it, you would be like, oh my God. Abraham was a deity god. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go look at Abraham and all this, them people would still worship false idols, bulls, and all this, and sacrificing kids at the time. Now, according to Masonic, Nimrod was the one that was a minor hunter of men, meaning that he started that slavery. He the one that started slavery and started enslaving humankind. Because there wasn't no such thing slavery, you know what I'm saying, where created humans. Everybody living in the wood jungle, everybody didn't need no beat. This world was real peaceful. So, according to the Masonic Bible, all right, King Nimrod had the power to build this pyramid. Because y'all know the tower, if you really want to know the truth, the first pyramid that was actually built was in Babylon. I know what the history class say, but according to Masonic teachings, what I read in a Masonic book, in the book that I read this from, and I'm gonna give you a background where I got this book from. I was staying, you know what I'm saying? I was staying on where the white people stay at, right? I was in the backyard, and in my backyard, you know what I'm saying, it was this white man. And he was saying a whole bunch of racist slurs. He would listen to a song, and songs had racist slurs. It was some racist music, and I was in my backyard. When he realized that I was in the backyard and I heard what he was playing, he cut the music off and he immediately approached me. He apologized, like, man, I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying, all this, you know what I'm saying, man, I ain't no racist, you know what I'm saying, going off. I'm like, man, I ain't even studying this shit, bro. You know, I'm just out here trying to feed my dogs and all this old shit. But he was constantly fucking with me like, man, I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying, and all this. And I'm like, damn, bro, man, look, man, just get your ass away from me, you know what I'm saying, type shit. And he just kept bothering me. And I told him, man, get away from me, you know what I'm saying? And I was outside feeding my dogs, and I used to always see him outside. But one particular day, you know what I'm saying, when I seen him outside, you know what I'm saying, I don't know what came over me. I just ended up talking to the man. And the man ended up telling me he hungry. I'm like, what the fuck? You hungry? And he introduced me to his house. When I got in the house, I found out that his daddy, keep this in mind, at this time, he already 60 years old. But his daddy died and his mama died, you know what I'm saying, and left him a house. You know what I'm saying? And they all had their belongings. And his daddy was a Freemason. And he had a Masonic book. He had a globe. Now, the Masonic book dated all the way back to 1817. Because it was passed down from his great-great-daddy to him. So when I opened up the book, it it automatically introduced the presidents of the world. And I'm like, what George Washington and Abraham Lincoln and all these people in the Bible? And I'm like, automatically, they just got my attention. And then when I read, just like how you like, God said, let there be light. That's how you would read it in a Christian Bible. But in Masonic Bible, when they say God created light, then they're going to give you the detail how the world was actually made. You see what I'm saying? It would tell you the material and how God created. In the Bible, it just tell you God say, let there be wind, and there was wind. God said, let there be light, and there was light. But in the Masonic, it told you how light was created. It told you how darkness was created. And I'm like, man, this shit mind blowing, because I ain't never thinking you could create light or create dark. You know what I'm saying? Just like when you get light, you create it through electricity. So now look, according to the Masonic Bible, this would be the first pyramid, and they knocked it down. But they didn't knock it completely down. That's why when you get the pyramid in Egypt, they were trying to rebuild the pyramid. When they rebuild the pyramid in Egypt, that's why they left it uncompleted, because the Tower of Babylon. That's why the United States is going to war with Iran, because it's a holy land there that you got a lot of evidence of fallen angels. You finna go back to the land of, don't you know in the Bible what Lot was in the cave when he was drunk and he had sex with his daughters and they had kids? Was Noah was in the cave when his son saw him and his nakedness? Look at everything that was going down in caves. Now look, according to the Masonic teaching, if you go to Nimrod, everything what they finna say about Nimrod is actually true. Cause this is where they look up to Nimrod. Cause once you look up to Nimrod, this is where you finna understand where King Solomon finna come from, bro. You see what I'm saying? Then you finna understand like why King Solomon so much in power. Why all these people could intertwine with fallen angels. And the government don't want you to know nothing about UFOs, and when they crash site, they're going to cover it up, because they don't want y'all to see what they look like. Because if you see what they look like, you would be like, oh my God. You would turn around and you would touch a motherfucker that's next to you, be like, damn, niggas, you real? Yeah, you one of these motherfuckers? They was scared the fuck out you, bro. Dude, watch this.
Islamic narrative, Midrash Rabbah version, historical interpretations, in popular culture, idiom, literature, music. See also, references, notes, citations, external links, Nimrod, article, talk, read, edit, view history. Nimrod A.B. is a biblical figure mentioned in the book of Genesis and the books of Chronicles. The son of Cush and thus the great-grandson of Noah, Nimrod was described as a king in the land of Shinar, Lower Mesopotamia. The Bible states that he was a mighty hunter before the El and began to be mighty in the earth. 2. Nimrod became a symbol of defiance against God. Biblical and non-biblical traditions identify Nimrod as the ruler associated with the Tower of Babel. Jewish, Christian, and Islamic accounts variously portray him as a tyrant who led its builders, turned people from God, and opposed Abraham, even attempting unsuccessfully to kill him by fire. Over time, legends identified him with other figures like Amraphel, Ninus, or Zoroaster, and credited him with innovations such as wearing the first crown and introducing idolatry. There is no direct evidence that Nimrod was an actual person in any of the non-biblical historic records, registers, or king lists, including the Mesopotamian ones, which are considered older than the biblical record. Historians have failed to match Nimrod with any historically attested figure, or to find any historical, linguistic, or genetic link between the Sumerian and Semitic Mesopotamians and the distant and later emerging kingdoms.
Man, when you said so is Nimrod is Gilgamesh, man, you just don't know how you just made me just so proud. Like, just imagine that Trey ain't want to talk about Gilgamesh, but I got to show this stuff so you could get to know who Gilgamesh real and what King Nimrod was all about. Then you finna see why. This why Gilgamesh so important. That Hillary Clinton was Googling about Gilgamesh, trying to desperately find out where is this demon at. Look, this why Gilgamesh is so important. If I had the power and say, if I was the government and I had the power and I say, it's mandatory, everybody take a DNA test and we're gonna show everybody result. That's when they expose the world. Cause then you will know, they already told you they got DNA of the Anthronal people. They got DNA of the Homo sapien species. Basically, they said they got DNA of the aliens. They got DNA of a non-human. And it's breeded with goddammit humans, bro. See what I'm saying?
Kingdom of Kush in modern Sudan. Yigal Levin suggested that the biblical Nimrod was inspired by one of the exclusively Mesopotamian historical figures, Naram-Sin of Akkad, grandson of Sargon, and other scholars have attempted to attribute the inspiration behind Nimrod to one or more Assyrian, Akkadian, or Babylonian kings, or to the Assyro-Babylonian god Ninurta. 3. 4. During the more recent Islamic era, several sites of ruins in the Middle East have been named after Nimrod. 5. He appeared in Dante's Divine Comedy as a chain giant. In modern slang, a Nimrod is a synonym for a fool. Biblical account. Edit. Peter Bruegel's The Tower of Babel depicts a traditional Nimrod inspecting stonemasons. The first biblical mention of Nimrod is in the generations of Noah. 6. He is described as the son of Cush, grandson of Ham, and great-grandson of Noah, and as a mighty one in the earth and a mighty hunter before the El. This is repeated in 1 Chronicles 1 verse 10, and the land of Nimrod is mentioned as a synonym for Assyria or Mesopotamia in Micah 5 verse 6. Who will shepherd Assyria's land with swords? The land of Nimrod and its gates. Thus he will deliver us from Assyria, should it invade our land, and should it trample our country. Genesis 10 verse 10 says that the mainstays of his kingdom, Rezat Mamlaktu, were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh in Shinar, Mesopotamia. This is understood variously to imply that he either founded these cities, ruled over them, or both. Owing to an ambiguity in the original Hebrew text, it is unclear whether it is he or Ashur who additionally built Nineveh, Rezin, Rehoboth-ir, and Nimrud, Kala.
Guess who Ashtar is? Ashtar is the second son, right? Keep this in mind of who Ashtar is, cause all this finna play a role. Cause in Masonic teaching, Noah's son was Freemasonry. They was all masonry. Alright, watch this. Check this out, y'all.
Both interpretations are reflected in various English versions. Walter Raleigh devoted several pages in his History of the World, 1614, to reciting past scholarship regarding the question of whether it was Nimrod or Ashur who had built the cities in Assyria. 7. Traditions and legends. Edit. In Jewish and Christian tradition, Nimrod is considered the leader of those who built the Tower of Babel in the land of Shinar. 8. Although the Bible never states this. Nimrod's kingdom included the cities of Babel, Uruk, Akkad, and perhaps Kelna, in Shinar, Gen 1010. 9. Josephus believed that the building of Babel and its tower probably began under his direction. This is also the view found in the Talmud, Hulin 89a, Pesahim 94b, Erubin 53a.
According to Masonic teaching, the crucifixion of Jesus already happened. And once the crucifixion of Jesus already happened, that's why they came out with Christianity. And have you to wear the cross around your neck, tat the cross, the prayer hand around you, because Jesus was already crucified and they was witness. When they crucified him, and when the world went dark for 3 hours, the world went dark for 3 hours, and it was a massive earthquake, so they had to do nothing but preach the word of God. Check this out. A lot of Christians don't even know this. They know God died on the cross. They know, look, people know Jesus died on the cross, right? Yeah. That's all they could tell you. For your sins, yeah. What happened after that? Shit, we going to heaven. What you mean? You don't know nothing about the earthquake? Don't you know? You don't know nothing how the foundation done broke up? You don't know how the world that went dark? Don't you know that other people that was over top of across the world that never heard nothing about Jesus and didn't know nothing? All of a sudden the world went dark. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's happening? Like, and guess what time it went dark? Don't you know when they finna celebrate Jesus' death according to the Bible? And this predicament in the year of 2036. That's why the year 2036 is so important. Wanna know why? And the Christians don't even know this. Check this out. A Christian can't even tell you right now why the year 2036 is very important. Matter of fact, let me beat them to it before they type it in the chat.
According to trumpet-call.org, this moves the correct Exodus date to 1464 BC, keeping the 36 AD as a jubilee. Hence, the acceptable year of the Lord is the 30th Jubilee, when Jesus Christ came to this world and fulfilled all the spring feasts of the Lord.
Look, check this out, y'all. Y'all reading this? I'm showing you this. I'm showing you this. Look what these people said of the year 36. Did y'all know where they crucified Jesus, where the cave that Jesus, the tomb they buried Jesus in? Don't y'all know every year that it's something happened in that tomb where Jesus come, that he was buried in, and everybody go to that tomb, and there will be a miracle performed on the same day, the same time, and that's what kept Jesus' name alive, because of that tomb. And you got to go there to see it, to believe. Now look, in the year of 2020, the year of 2036, look how these people know. Like, look, the year of 2036. Keep y'all in mind, this 10 years later. This finna be 10 years from now. Why this so important? according to Luke and fulfillment of the Old Testament, the Leviticus, according to the Old Testament and the New Testament. Man, you don't think they know when Jesus coming, bro? Yeah. Look.
(53a) Avoda Zarah 53b, and later Midrash, such as Genesis Rabbah. Several of these early Judaic sources also assert that the king Amraphel, who wars with Abraham later in Genesis, is none other than Nimrod himself. Josephus wrote Frowny Face 10. Now it was Nimrod who excited them to such an affront and contempt of God. He was the grandson of Ham, the son of Noah, a bold man, and of great strength of hand. He persuaded them not to ascribe it to God, as if it were through his means they were happy, but to believe that it was their own courage which procured that happiness. He also gradually changed the government into tyranny, seeing no other way of turning men from the fear of God, but to bring them into a constant dependence.
According to Masonic teaching, the Masonic teaching, this is why they so in power, because when Satan came down here and gave Adam and Eve the knowledge and all of this, when he gave Adam and Eve the knowledge, not only did he give them the knowledge, right? This how Freemasonry could run the world. Because that knowledge that they had, this what Freemasonry said. This is they people. They know who God is. They believe in God and they believe in Satan. They know more about Jesus and Satan than we do. So they got secret teaching. They could teach in Egypt, which is in the pyramid. Cause if you go back to the Tower of Babylon, they can't show you the Tower of Babylon. Cause if they get close to it, all hell gonna break loose. See what I'm saying? So look, Freemason was like, if you look at it like this here, Freemason is in a battle with Iran. All because if you know something about to happen in the near future, and you ain't got this much time on the earth, you might as well go out with a big thing and get everything you want now. You might well just live your life fast. You want money, power, you know what I'm saying, the fame before it's all low with. But when it's all low with, your life gonna be perished. And that's what Satan want us to do, is follow his footsteps. But we want to live life, you know what I'm saying, according to the fast life. We want the money, we want the car. Check this out. If you ask a person, what you want out in life? And if the person gonna tell you, man, I just want me a nice house, family with kids, you know what I'm saying? I want to have the nicest thing. I want the White House, pick perfect, the best kids I can raise, and I just want to just live my life, you know what I'm saying? But never said, the first thing that come out, what you God in my life? And what after that? And whatever he prepared for me, I'm down with it. So when you ask a person what they want in life, they're going to come with material things. If you ask a woman, you know what I'm saying, hey, you know, and come to a relationship where like, yeah, what you, and this thing, you know, what you want in a relationship? I want a man that can provide for me, that's material. I want a man to take care of my baby kid, that's material. I want a man, you know what I'm saying, that could do this for me and do that for me and do this for my kid. And never said nothing about the man needs or what he want, you know what I'm saying? And then when the man, and then you be like, what can you give that man? And the first thing be like, I can give him me, you know, my love. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all be. He done went in that motherfucker and scoop a whole ton out. That man tired as hell. You don't mean to tell me that man hard work don't pay out like that, and you just sit up there. And then look. So guess what? Every female wanted some type of instrument that he can show to a female, but like, yeah, I fuck with him. He got it, girl. Look at his car, girl. Look at his money, girl. He getting it. You know what I'm saying? And look at that man mindset, and you know that man mindset. That's why he got shiny objects for you. Oh yeah, girl. Look at the ring sparkling, girl. Let me jump on that pattern to see, cause I know he got money. I know he gonna buy me a Birkin bag. I know he finna pay for my next wish wig. You know what I'm talking about? I know he finna you know what I'm saying? And that's how they got women thinking, right? So now look, this how when it come to the Bible and religion, think about Eve when it come to religion. Think about Satan when it come to religion in the Bible. That's what the Freemasonic teaching taught me. The Freemasonic taught me that look, they built a tower so big. Not only it was a tower, the Bible ain't gonna explain to you what they were actually doing in the tower. Like, we just know they built the tower trying to reach up to God because they were so rebellious, and you know they want to prove to God that they can build and come back up there. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing they'll tell you in the Bible. But in the Masonic teacher, there was a whole college. It was like, they was like, you know, you could come look. This was a place that all the members come to and have knowledge that is not of this world. And they can grab mud and bricks and form mud and brick before concrete, before steel. They didn't even need steels. They didn't even need wood. They didn't even need no wood. Just like your house built out of wood and bricks. Man, these folk could build a palace out of mud, bro. The Jews like how they built this. And then, and according to Masonic teacher, Nimrod was the first slave catcher. And the reason why he put Hermes in slave, because it's just to get back at God. Once he got back at God, that's why Lucifer was like, look, I'm gonna give you the power to control Hermes. This how you control Hermes, just like a Hermes control a pet, a Hermes control a dog, a Hermes control any domestic beast if you train it, right? So they got a book that came out how to control a Hermes. And that's why you got Hollywood. That's why everybody's so tuned in with your favorite movies, your favorite cartoon, your favorite documentary, your favorite influencer, because they got that type of power, and this cannot be broken. The God say, let them have it. Let them do that. You see what I'm saying? Watch this what Nimrod said.
Dependence on his power. He also said he would be revenged on God if he should have a mind to drown the world again, for that he would build a tower too high for the waters to reach, and that he would avenge himself on God for destroying their forefathers. Now the multitude were very ready to follow the determination of Nimrod, and to esteem it a piece of cowardice to submit to God, and they built a tower, neither sparing any pains, nor being in any degree negligent about the work, and, by reason of the multitude of hands employed in it, it grew very high, sooner than anyone could expect, but the thickness of it was so great, and it was so strongly built, that thereby its great height seemed, upon the view, to be less than it really was. It was built of burnt brick, cemented together with mortar, made of bitumen, that it might not be liable to admit water. When God saw that they acted so madly, he did not resolve to destroy them utterly, since they were not grown wiser by the destruction of the former sinners, but he caused a tumult among them, by producing in them diverse languages, and causing that, through the multitude of those languages, they should not be able to understand one another. The place wherein they built the tower is now called Babylon, because of the confusion of that language which they readily understood before, for the Hebrews mean by the word Babel, confusion. Since Akkad was destroyed and lost with the collapse of...
Watch this. Y'all think I'm lying? According to Freemasons, y'all heard of Jacob, right, in the Bible, right? Do y'all remember in the Bible when they I'm finna show y'all this in the Bible. I'm finna preach it in Christian form that what your average pastor would preach it to you, and I'm gonna preach it to you in Freemasonic, like this. Jacob's Ladder. If you go to Jacob's Ladder, nobody don't know what Jacob's Ladder is, right? Let's go to Freemason. Jacob's Ladder. Anybody know anything about Jacob's Ladder? Now this in the Bible. This in the Bible. And in the Freemasonic Bible. Look. Think about if you're an alcoholic. You got a 12-step program. If you're a drug fiend, you got a 12-step program. That means like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You know what I'm talking about? Jacob Ladder got 33. But remember the 12-step program. If you understand Freemason when it comes to the Jacob Ladder, if it's in the Christians in the house, somebody tell me about the story. And if you're a Christian, you'll be like, I know that story. And once you know the story as a Christian, and you'll be like, that's what a Jacob Ladder is. Because once you know the story in Christian form, when you go to Jacob Ladder, you'll be like, I can't believe it. This just to show you proof that if I told y'all, and we all read the King James Version of the Bible, and I got my hands on the Masonic Bible, and everything read totally the same. But it told, just say like it told you about Moses. In the Bible, it said, yeah, Moses was a baby, and they put him on a little basket, and he float down the river, and the servants of Pharaoh sink them, and you know what I'm saying, and bring like, we need to raise the baby and all this. And this is how you know the story of Moses. But Freemason got the same story and give you more detail. They got the names. They tell you who the pharaohs is. Just like the Bible tell you when Moses went to Pharaoh. Who is Pharaoh? Pharaoh got a name. They don't mention it in the Christian Bible or any other Bible, but they mention it in the book of Enoch. They mention it in the book of Jubilee. They even mention, look, even the Masonic Bible read just like the King James Version. And they told you, and it tells you more detail about Moses. Check this out. For a prime example, they depicted Moses at what age? Then they depicted Moses in the beginning, a black man with woolly hair, with white woolly hair, just like Jesus. Jesus was a black man with white woolly hair. If you go to Moses, Moses was a black man with a white woolly hair, walking with a staff. And check this out. If you go, look, matter of fact, watch this. Let me go to the Amalam signals. Watch this. Let me go to the Amalam. The Amalam signal, the snake and the cross.
According to MSN.com, you've probably noticed a symbol on an ambulance featuring a snake inside a 6-point star, but you may not realize how it represents the medical field.
Thank you. Thank you. Ain't this on all the ambulams? So when you go back to the history of history, everybody know Moses went to Pharaoh. Nobody don't know what Pharaoh name really is, but the Masonic people and the real spiritual people. But Christian, you ain't gonna know none of that shit. Now, don't let them Christians know none of this shit. And this what you see on the ambulance. Guess what the Bible said about the snake and the staff? Did you know the Bible said, hey, the people that was bit by the snake, they poisoned. Yep. And what the Bible said, if you've been by a snake, you've been poisoned. Yep. And Moses said, the same snake that bit you, that poisoned you, I can raise my staff up, catching the same snake, and the same snake that bit you can cure you. That's how you get a needle. Guess where needles come from? Watch this. Check this out. A snake bite. Look. A syringe needle.
According to ARCRAUSA.com, the Assure Lance Plus safety lancets have a hidden needle construction and automatic after
syringe needle.
According to Amazon.com, online shopping for industrial and scientific from a great selection of specimen collection containers, catheters, syringes, for pulls, tourniquets, syringe and needle sets and more at everyday low prices.
That's why a snake can bite you. You won't even feel the snake bite. He can bite you instantly in a minute and be like, damn, that motherfucker just bit me. Never feel the bite. This is where they get a needle from. This is what I learned in the Masonic Bible. Because he said this is the only way that you can inject somebody without feeling no pain. A needle. And if you look at the tip of the needle, it's a vein cloth, a snake cloth, a vein, the tooth, right? So look, this is where you get syringes from. So think about when it came to the snake, when they invested in the drug, did they use a needle? So what I learned in the Masonic, I couldn't even believe like drug was involved in this. Look. Check this out. You could, check this out. The worst thing you could do with somebody, if you catch somebody sleep and you could sneak up on to them, just say you a doctor and you could you got a drug. And nobody don't know what the drug is but you, and you can boom, catch somebody sleep, inject them, and boom, they sleep. They ain't gonna know what hit them. Man, them folk gonna wake up. Man, them folk gonna wake up and they swear they'll still be living in a dream. Like, oh my God, I'm still in a dream. You see what I'm saying? Look. This crazy to me that Freemasonic, Freemasonry told me this, like, hey, Satan's so fucked up in the head that he had to come down here and created his own race so he can breed with the humans, just to take the humans down, you know what I'm saying, to his world. And then look, and Freemasonry got all that. I didn't even know all of this. I know where he stand at in Freemasonry. I know where Methuselah stand at in Freemasonry. I know when Iran, Enoch, cause look, Enoch was described. Enoch didn't even suffer no death. Look, after Cain arrived in the land of Nod, guess where the land of Nod at? Let's go where the land of Nod. See that map? Where the land of Nod at? Got a map of Thomas Steakhouse in the location, you know what I'm saying? The land of Nod identified with what? What is that? Let's go to this map. Why is coming back to Red Hair Giant? My point exactly. Why does it come back to Red Hair Giants and cavemen? Is I'm getting something wrong here or is I'm getting something right here? This why they'll pay money for this art, bruh. If I was a millionaire, I'll pay top-notch dollar for this shit. Like, this history. Look at the red hair. He got his shit in a ponytail. If you look at that clothes, if you look at their hair, bro, look how, you know what I'm saying? They look like people been, it look like they've been traveling for a while. They hungry, they tired, they in the middle of nowhere, and they need That's the crazy part about it, cause if you're an angel, you don't need food. But if you curse, you need air, wind, fire. You know what I'm talking about? And the Freemasonic said this. What I read in that jump, like, okay, look, if you go to the land of Nod, look at the map. That's where they show you where the land of Nod is. But if you go on the Google map, you will find the same land Nod in Egypt, bro. I mean, not in Egypt, but Ethiopia and close to Tanzania. Tanzania. You see what I'm saying? This is the crazy part about it. You can go to Nimrod. Like I told everybody Nimrod, this is what the Masonic said. And according to their teaching, according to Jewish Christian tradition, Nimrod, who excited them to such an effort to contempt God, he had a grandson named Ham. Noah, a bold man, a great strength of hand. He pursued them, and then look, all this was going against God. If you listen to a preacher, they'll be like, yeah, you know, God wants. This is what a preacher would teach you. This is what a Jehovah Witness would knock on your door Saturday morning. Did you hear the good news? Did you hear Jesus was coming back? Yeah, I know that. Did you hear about Noah? Yeah, I heard about Noah. Did you hear the message of Noah? Because Noah was the one. Think about this, how the Jehovah Witness come. They're going to always bring up Noah. Every last one of them going to bring up Noah, be like, look, Noah is the one that recognized God's message. Like, yeah. God gave him information because he knew a flood was coming. But when Noah went out and told the world, hey, a flood finna come through, everybody laughed at him because he built the boat in front of his house. Now, this just show you how the public works. If you got, and I don't even blame Masonic on Freemasonry on this one, because if you go back to Noah, and if you had Noah was trying to tell these people, hey, a flood about to come, everybody like, what the hell you mean? Hey, Noah, what you building in there? I'm building a goddamn boat. They're like, God damn, that boat big as hell. What the hell you got going on? It's a flood finna come, bruh. A flood? Oh, man, you know, we get floods all the time, man. You ain't gotta be in no big ass boat now, but this flood finna be different. Oh, man, you tripping, man. You must have had too much something to drink. Nah, this flood finna be different, bro. I'm finna build a boat. If you ain't, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't catch on the message, I can't save you. And that's what happened. Masonic teaching teaches that Noah can warn the public and tell the public, hey, a flood finna come, and the public will be like, goddamn, you got to be out your goddamn mind. And when it actually happens, it's over with. You weren't prepared. Just like when you go on social media, you could tell, just like what Trey Gang was trying to say. I'm like, look, y'all, this YouTube, this TikTok stuff, it ain't what we thought it was. It ain't what I thought it was. I just thought I could just get on my phone, check notification. I could watch video for my entertainment purpose. You know what I'm saying? I like documentary channels. You know what I'm saying? I like all that old stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? I ain't know it was a big harm to my faith and my belief. Because when you look at this, when you look at video, you ain't thinking about God. Check this out. When you look at documentaries, you ain't thinking about God. When you look at all these shootings and shit, you ain't even really actually thinking about God. You just want to know what happened. You know what I'm saying? And all this old stuff here. Nobody ain't even questioning God no more, bro. You see what I'm saying? And that's what social media, that's what Freemasonry know. That they were like, hey, you can give these people a warning. They so entertained with entertainment. Man, them folk on this ain't like United States in war right now with Iran. You got people like, well, that ain't a big deal. And you got people like, oh, well, that is a big deal. And then you got people like, well, look, I'm just trying to go to work and all this shit. I ain't got time to watch none of this shit. And the whole time, it's a prophecy being fulfilled in the Bible. And make it so bad, it's a prophecy that been fulfilled in the Bible. If you a Christian or any religion, look, check this out. Even the Iranian, the one that we going to war with, they even just said recently that, hey, you black people do not got nothing to do with this war. We is not trying to harm you. And then make it so bad, you could actually pull up video when Iranians were going to war with the United States. And the United States over here, we got a mindset, bomb Iran. Get them bitches out of here. They terrorists. They got the whole United States thinking, you know what I'm saying, these people terrorists. But they ain't gonna show you the old video when Iranian was like, man, black people, just say you got black people in the military and sunk these black people on the Iranian, and the Iranians and took them folk captive. It took them folk captive, and the first person they released was the black people, because they told the black people, the soldier, this is not your war. You don't have nothing to do with this. And he said, man, you fighting another man's war. And let the black people go, and guess who he kept? All the white. Man, if that ain't gangster, bro. And kept all the white. They ain't even, America is not going to show you when Iran done release all black people in the war. Never harm black people. They just really went out and said, look, America, for you black people, you even, look, check this out. America trying to block this out right now. It's even Iran people and say, hey, y'all know y'all cousins. Y'all know we cousins. And I'm like, damn, we cousins? And she was like, y'all our people. And I'm like, so me and Iranian, you know what I'm saying, it's related. I cannot go into a black neighborhood and say, hey, you know what? Did y'all know Iranian is our cousin? Make the hell out of her, Trey Gang. Man, you tripping. You must have some mustard drink. And you'll be like, and I tell you like this here, if you don't believe me, just look at your corner store and your surroundings. When you wake up in the morning, when you need cigars or something to drink or a snack or gas in your neighborhood, who you give your hard-earned dollar to at that cash register? It ain't a white man. It ain't a black man. It's gonna be an Afghan man. And that Afghan man, you know what I'm talking about? It's in every neighborhood. This is how my son works. These people could actually put the Iranians and be like, here go the corner store. You get the corner store. You can get the gas station. Here go Chinese. All right, y'all control over the seafood. You know, the Chinese restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got control of the beauty department. Y'all can, know what I'm saying, cater to the black people. You know what I'm saying? You're going to do their nails. You're going to make sure they buy all the wigs and all the car medicine from the from the Chinese. Why a black woman got to go to a Chinese store and buy a wig and pay for the wig from a Chinaman and turn around and pay the African to put the wig in? Yeah, I got the hair. Can you braid it up? You went straight to the Chinese store and got your little hair you wanted. And this thing you know, yeah, I'm finna go to the African braiding shop, bitch. I'm finna be on fleet. And go to the African and pay these folks, you know what I'm saying, the money. So you mean to tell me you went to work and work hard for the money to be pretty. And look who you spent it with. But look at the people that did your hair. Man, they done did your head. How much they charge you, especially for some braid? $200 and up. shit. 200 and up. Like, that's how many females that work at fast food restaurants, little warehouses, and keep their hairdo up. So you basically working to stay pretty and spend your money with these people, bro. And these people told, and then look, these people told you, like, you can't even wear your hair. Man, I got a video right now. Watch this. Look how fine you would look if you wear your hair natural. Watch this, y'all. This would be sexy. Now, this is the sexiest thing to a man if you go to a natural female. Natural female, look like this here, boom. Look at this. Look at this shit. See that? No extension, no nothing. Look how fine with natural hair, bro. Man, a man would chase, look, a man would chase her down. Look, a man would chase her down, then the girl would, goddamn it, look. Style it, profile it, you know what I'm saying? Look, you can't grow your hair, boom, boom. Step out the door with this. Put your baby edges on that John. And step out there, John, and smile at a motherfucker like, hey, man, a nigga go crazy over you, bro. I'm just saying, these people really got you thinking, put a wig on. Just think about it, you know what I'm saying, man? Really, a real man just don't, you know what I'm talking about, understand you cute, you fine, boo, and all of this. But when it comes to that fake hair, this is what a man really mean when they be like, I don't like you wearing all that weave and all this shit. What you saying? And the female finna get offended. But the man see a visual in the woman, be like, damn, why would you put that in your hair and you could look like this with your natural hair? But when you put all that fake eyelashes on and all this makeup, you look like a goddamn a goddamn booger bear. You see what I'm saying? Man, you can wake up with this, you go to sleep with this, and this motherfucker still gonna wake up in the same fashion. But if you wake up with a female with all these cosmetics and all this shit, look at when she wake up in the morning, you got the wish wig on the floor. You done knocked the wish wig now. You done smashed that junk all night. Then you done knocked the wish wig off. Now the wish wig off, then you expose her little beady beads on the back of her neck. And then you like, damn, look at her. And then she like, I feel bad because I don't want you to see my short hair. I'm gonna got the little afro going on, you know what I'm talking about? I ready for a woman to wear a bonnet hat on, and walk and go grocery or shopping or whatever she do, and when she come home, she could take that John off and be like, damn, boo, your shit still popping. You know what I'm saying? Instead of this shit, we got these females with all this long hair with these long ass eyelashes. I don't know a girl right now that got eyelashes on her head like. Man, that lady pulled up on me in in one of those Beetle cars. And she had some eyelashes on. When she pulled up, when I heard the horn, I'm like, oh shit. I go out there, I see the little buggy, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, and the little buggy has a big ass eyelash. Then when I jumped in the car, she had the biggest eyelashes in the world. Like, I'm like, damn. And she calmly blinking and shit, you know what I'm talking about? Like, cause she done spent her money on these jumps, so she finna be blinking her eyes like a motherfucker. Every time I see her, she blinking. I'm looking at the man like, God damn, bitch, I'm getting dizzy. What you trying to hypnotize me with these, John? You know what I'm talking about? Man, look, this is what I'm saying. According to Freemason teaching, the Masonic Bible that I read, I was like, to make a long story short, that means everybody that came from Adam and Eve and Cain is the fallen angels. Is the fallen angels. And them the ones that hold the power of the world, the secret knowledge that Hermes, because the Hermes that heard, put it like this here, if God created you and say be fruitful, that's the only thing you need to do. Eat fruit, survive, have babies, have fun in the world. Ain't no violence. By the time about killing each other. Why would you need a book unless a book is trying to convince you how the way to live your life? There's a difference. That's what Freemasonic taught me. Because they taught me that, look, if a hermit never listen to what a book said or anybody what they had to say, they will never be in this predicament. That's why they say lack of faith. See what I'm saying? So what I get out of this, out the Masonic book, I said, okay, this why Adam was deceived. This why Eve came into play. Even though she the second wife, she is not the first wife. That's why they bore all these demons and angels, and that's why they went to war with every human being in the world. And these the people that don't have land of their own, so they had to conquer every land they touched down on. And when they touched down land on, god damn it, this where Freemason come from, bruh. You see what I'm saying? Look at this shit.
Of the Akkadian Empire in the period 2200 to 2154 BC, long chronology, the stories mentioning Nimrod seem to recall the late early Bronze Age. The association with Erech, Babylonian Uruk, a city that lost its prime importance around 2000 BCE as a result of struggles between Isin, Larsa, and Elam, also attests the early provenance of the stories of Nimrod. According to some modern-day theorists, their placement in the Bible suggests a Babylonian origin, possibly inserted during the Babylonian captivity. 11. Judaic interpreters as early as Philo and Yohanan ben Zakkai in the 1st century interpreted a mighty hunter before the El, Gibberai Lipeni YHWH lit. In the face of Yahweh, as signifying in opposition to the Lord. A similar interpretation is found in Pseudo-Philo, as well as later in Symmachus. Some rabbinic commentators have also connected the name Nimrod with a Hebrew word meaning rebel. 12 in Pseudo-Philo, dated c. 70 CE. Nimrod is made leader of the Hamites, while Joktan as leader of the Semites, and Fenech as leader of the Japhethites.
And Freemasonry taught me this, that the same kings y'all reading about, they was married to black women. Just imagine a fallen angel impregnated a black girl, and they have babies. And this time, you know, they babies come out to be athletes, dominating in sports and all of this. That's what Freemasonic taught me, and they said, yeah, we got to keep this shit going, cause they got to take all this out the Bible. If you go to the Book of Jubilee, look, let's go to the Book of Jubilee. Look what the Book of Jubilee said. This one of the books that was taken out the Bible. This one of the books that was taken out the Bible. As a Christian, you don't think you want to read and then look how many Christians never read the book about the Jubilee. You can have a Christian, you could tell a Christian, be like, look, have you read the Book of Jubilee? No. That's what the Book of Jubilee said. No, get out of my face with that shit. I'm like, damn, but you a Christian, ain't it? Yeah, I'm a Christian. But you ain't hear what the Book of Jubilee said? I don't want to hear that shit, though. I'm a Christian. I ain't want to. But the Book of Jubilee was taken out the Bible. I don't give a fuck about none of that because that ain't what God said. But I'm like, but you don't understand. The book was taken out the Bible. And that's what they want you to feel it's not important. And you say you a Christian, and you say you want to believe in Jesus, pray to Jesus right now and ask him for something. I bet you ain't gonna answer it because you don't even know how to pray to him. You don't even know how to come to Jesus. Some of those prayers that you ask, you know what I'm saying, and you never got those prayers. But think about those prayers when you were praying in vain and all this shit, and look how it came. And you got your prayer answered. It wasn't from Jesus. It wasn't even from God. It was from Satan, really. Look, according to the Masonic Bible, you remember the Law of Moses? Let's go to the Law of Moses. The Law of Moses is supposed to be the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments. Even the Bible tells you it was more than 10 Commandments, but the Masonic Bible, the same Bible that you read and I read, the preacher teach every Sunday and Wednesday in Bible study, it's in the same Bible. It was more than 10 Commandments. It was more than 10 Commandments. Even the Bible said it. Even the Masonic Bible finna go in detail how many commandments it was before they broke it down to 10. So check this out. If you hear me and you just only know about the 10 Commandments and you don't know nothing about the other commandments, look how other commandments you done broken. Without you even knowing that this was a commandment, bruh. So when Jesus said, when he was going to come to this world, when he said he was finna save it, that's why when he going to look at the people and told these people, you're going to die from a lack of knowledge. You're going to perish from the lack of knowledge. You been here all this time. You done set up here and you was entertained by a lie and you know the truth. And Jesus set up here and said, and do what Jesus said. He said, the truth is so basic, any person could understand what truth is. But if you got a person that can distract you from the truth and give you, just say like you believe in the color red. All right, I believe in color red. You know the color red. You can have somebody with knowledge and could come and be like, you see that color red? Yeah, I see that color red. Let me tell you where that red come from. Well, tell me how that red come from. Watch this. Check this out. For a prime example. How to make the color red. Now you just know this a color red. Now everybody know this a color red, but they don't even know what colors to make a red. You're gonna need a purple, a orange to make a red. You got two sources over here. Or you can make a green or a pink. Look. Start now before you get the red. Look what you finna get. You got green. Purple equals what? Red. So it's numbers. So colors is numbers, bruh. You got green. If I tell you, hey, red came from green, get out my face, Trey Gang. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. Look, I'm gonna give you green and pink. It's numbers. I can add this color to this color and make it a totally another color. You wouldn't even believe it till you saw it like this. You're like, oh my God, you can get this from red and you can get green from pink from red. Yeah, you get green. Yeah, you get all that. This is like you can get purple from orange. Purple, orange. You get red. Two colors. Watch this. It's crazy to me. So let's go to blue. Where you get blue from? Green and yellow.
Look, friends, I've got red paint, yellow paint, and blue paint. What do you think will happen if we mix some red paint with a little bit of yellow paint? Here's a hint.
Let's see what color we gonna get. And we're gonna add a blue, boom, that'll still look red with yellow mix. So that's orange. You mix orange with blue. What color you gonna get? Green. All right. You mix red and blue. What color you gonna get? Damn, purple. So that's just like me trying to explain it. You believe in the blood of Jesus? Yeah, I believe in the blood of Jesus. You know he died from your sin? Yeah. But let me break it down to you. You remember these yellow people? Are you talking about the one that betrayed Jesus? Yeah. And then you know these people too. Blue, yeah. If you mix them all up, and God say, hey, when everybody get involved in it, mix it up. If you got 3 people and they all a part of a crime scene, and you mix all their colors up, guess what you're gonna get? The true divine of light. Boom. That's just like adding Miss Teresa and the crown. This Miss Teresa. This the Crown Plaza red. Miss Teresa is the yellow. And Kanika is the blue. And you match all them up. What color you gonna get? Purple. Purple, bro. Hi, y'all. Man, Trey, I love y'all, man. Y'all be cool. Y'all be safe. I'm out. I'm gonna go live later on tonight. You know what I'm saying? And we're just gonna have a little laughing and joking smoking session if y'all tuned in for it. I just want to show y'all from a Masonic version when it come to the Bible. The Masonic version taught me about this. What Kanika Jenkins showed me. Kanika Jenkins showed me that I can go back to the Geico commercial and look up the history. I can go to the Homo sapien people. The white people call us monkeys. And the black people just say like I'm uneducated. And a white man could call me a monkey, and the mindset that I would have then, I would be defended. I'm ready to scrap, I'm ready to click out. And the mindset I got going on be like, wait, what you just called me? You damn monkey. Oh, I'm glad that you called me a monkey. Cause I've been doing some research, and your own people, according to Yale and Harvard, you know what I'm talking about, in the education field, they said, look where monkeys come from. They said monkeys come from, matter of fact, the Neanderthal people, the Homo sapien people. Look where they said monkeys really come from. How would I be mad if I could come to him and say, hey, look who generated from a monkey, and look who was in the cave. You cannot depict a black man standing in the cave, an African standing in the cave. You could tell the world, be like, look, we know about caveman. We can watch the movies about caveman. All right. Not only caveman had a name. And if you go to this movie right here, to the cavemans right here, look, you see how they dress? Just like the Flintstones. They said these people was inventors of the wheel and the circle. Watch this. Fred Flintstone. If you go to Fred Flintstone, say nothing about Freddie Flintstone. Who the fuck is Freddie Flintstone? I might need to look at Freddie Flintstone. So look at Freddie Flintstone. So they got y'all look. This is to show you that, hey, he got a cheetah outfit on. And guess what he's going to be at? Where the stones. Watch this. All the
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty
Mutual.
Mutual. Maybe where's the golf cart?
They said they got a dinosaur. Look, you got dinosaur. Man, y'all. Wilma got red hair. Wilma got red fucking hair. Cain got red hair. The Giants had red hair. They told you Esau had red hair. They said these people were standing in the jungle. Why you don't see no trees or what jungle look like? You see what I'm saying? As a kid, this was entertaining me. I love the Flintstones. But the Flintstones had a message the whole time. Man, these folk already had a car, a chassis, riding on wheels. You know what I'm talking about? Look, animals. Check it, look.
Let's ride with the family.
Look, stand out of stones. Look, boom. And this just to show you that, damn, this how Fred Flintstone, and guess when the Fred Flintstones came out? This in the 70s. Look at their houses, look how they living. Boom, they going to the movies. So you already had technology. Look, boom. Here you go. Look what they dressed up like. Watch this. They go Fred. Check this out. Do Fred look just like Tarzan? Here I go. What outfit Tarzan had on? I bet it's a cheetah print. Where is it? Hold on. Tarzan, Hollywood. Now this Tarzan costume, right? Ain't this a cheetah? A lion? Nah, I don't want that one. I want the real cheetah John. Right here. Cheetah. Ain't that cheetah? Ain't that cheetah? Look. Tarzan custom muscle outfit and go to this. He got a cheetah outfit too on. Boom. Then let's go to Tarzan. The movie Tarzan. Here go the movie. What's his outfit he had on? I bet you cheetah print. I bet you finna see cheetah print. See that? Wrestling with a cheetah. Look, boom. You see that freak at little boom, y'all, right there. Bam, with the skull. So look. If you got Tarzan with the cheetah outfit on, and then look, watch this. Adam and the cheetah fit. You go to Adam and Eve. Where was Adam and garment?
According to Wiki,
Where was
according to JTSA.edu, before Adam and Eve are expelled from the Garden of Eden for having eaten the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, God provided them with clothing, and the Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them.
in there? Hold on, I got cheetah.
According to WordPress.com, it is reminiscent of the garments of skin bestowed upon Adam and Eve by God, signifying protection, spiritual purity, and the journey of the soul towards enlightenment.
Keep this in mind, they got red hair, right? All right, hold on. I got to go to y'all see Fred Flintstone with the cheetah outfit on, right? Okay. I don't want nobody to think I got a lie here, you know what I'm talking about? I just want to show y'all that you really got to dig into this stuff. Matter of fact, I go to Tarzan. Cheetah outfit. If you go to Tarzan got the cheetah outfit on, right? And he dealing with the monkey. Hold on. They even showed you this shit in black and white. Let's go to black and white.
Switch. LZX calling Berlin. LZX calling Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
God damn it, Hollywood. Now they supposed to be Tarzan. Now look, this just show you how technology was already involved when Tarzan.
LZX calling Berlin. Go ahead, Berlin.
Payao. They already had signal, Wi-Fi, and all that.
Nazi.
Do the Hollywood hit different when you see this shit now? Tarzan, the Trump of movie scene. Tarzan flee the Nazis to the lions.
Got no more good. Take knife, Nazi. Come, Nazi. Here, Nazi.
So think about Adam and Eve, cause Tarzan is Adam, bruh. That's crazy. Tarzan is Adam. Tarzan is Adam, bruh.
In jungle, strong always win.
Look. So you got Hollywood told y'all about the orangutans, and even Hollywood depicted, yeah, we come from the orangutan, but they teach us in school, like, y'all black people come from monkeys, we're gonna call you monkeys, and we're like, no, we ain't even monkeys. And I'm looking at it that it seems like that you know where you actually truly come from. That's why you're gonna need races out here to don't know who they actually are. And the reason why you don't want to know a certain ethnic race out who don't want to know who they actually are, because it's a spiritual. If you would have told me the truth, would be like if I find out the truth, be like, oh, that's why you call us monkeys, I would never be offended no more. The reason why you call us monkeys, because you got monkeys in Africa. You got monkeys in Africa. If you try to explain to a human came from monkeys, man, you finna confuse the whole world if they uneducated. But for the ones that know what's going on, you be like, yeah, we monkeys. I can see that. I can look at you and tell, like, boom, I know what planet you will come from. This everything what the Bible said. The Bible talked about red-haired giants. Even, check this out, they told us about Christopher Columbus supposed to discover America. And I looked into a research, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. you would have fallen angels already in Las Vegas then. In California. Angels. Fallen angels. Thousands of years before Christopher Columbus showed up with black people, with indigenous people, and with white people. It was white, black, Chinese. It was all different race was over here till Lucifer came and impregnated the human race because they look so much just alike us, you won't be able to tell the difference. So you had another race that snuck in, and the people look like, damn, where y'all from? Oh yeah, we're from the stars. Stars? And they like, oh, you from this star of the oh yeah, y'all evil. Get the fuck away from me. Y'all evil, cause my ancestry is from the stars too. And this what the Bible ain't go teach y'all. It also angels that came down here and protect us from the evil angel. And guess what? If Satan really had his way, the world would have been doomed a long time over. But you still got angels, you know what I'm saying, that actually God sent her to keep the balance in the world. Cause check this out. When you go back to Hollywood movies, and when I read that Masonic Bible, check this out. Do y'all remember the whole, he was a green man, right? This the crazy part about it. This was my favorite show.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun fact.
Right? Everybody wanted to be the host. Why did?
For later. This calls for a
That's
little
how you
reward.
turn the host. Why did?
Orange sunshine. For later. I know the dude who makes it.
Orange sunshine?
Acid, man.
Oh, no thank you. Not my thing to do.
It could show you a side of you never seen before.
Check this out.
No thank you.
Watch this. It's crazy how Hollywood, you can actually look, what he gonna do now?
Greg,
Put it in
you
his
better
drink.
go pick up those new cue sheets.
That's crazy. They putting shit already in people's drink.
Be back by 5.
I'll be back. This is one session I don't want to miss.
Put it in their drink, nobody saw nothing. Boom, look, watch this. Don't know what happened, that bad. Did that man like that. He know what pill he gave him, so he know when they're gonna take a fit. Cause you can actually go to work and do your job for about 4 hours before the drug kick. And then you feel like, damn, I feel fun as hell. Ooh. So 4 to 5 hours later and the drug just kicking in, it's gonna be hard to find like who did this to you. And before you can even scream, this is your first reaction, be like, damn, is I'm tripping? Oh my God, my hands look like 5 hands. I feel so weird, so let me expect it, just don't know that it ain't even kicked in to you that you being drugged. You trying to process and look at your visual. Like, boom, you still alert. You still at work. Check it out. Look at his shoes. Just imagine you in the village with some Africans and you poison their cup and you be talking about them about God. And you can talk to them about religion. And you be like, who is this guy you speaking of?
We added some
Unless they
brass in
know
here, so
that drug
be prepared to
kick
get a
in.
good pickup on
And
that.
No problem.
Once that drug kick in, and before they realize, they'll be like, damn, they'll be hallucinating. and you'll be listening to every word they be saying, like, yeah, God is it. And they be like, yeah, you feel God words? That mean you feel a drug. Like, yeah, I feel God words. He was like, look, God showing you a vision. You know, what do you see? I see you know what I'm saying, a little green men's. You know what I'm talking about? Just say you see giant green men's like this here. Look, you see giant green men's like this here. And you a priest, and just say stranger came along and he was like, hey, let's sip tea together. No problem. Let's sip tea. Pour us one. And you sip the tea, be like, yeah, this is good tea here. I like this. And you just carry on the conversation. Next thing you know, the tea kick, boom. And you in the presence of God. You can learn this from people making mushrooms. You can actually give a person a mushroom and they can eat it. And once they start tripping, you can actually control that person and can play God. Be like, hey, God. Hey, God. So, what do you see? See God? And they're going to look directly at you, but you're going to look like a cartoon form or a character to them. You're going to look any other thing except for him. And them folk going to look at you because they see it. They're just like me standing in front of you like this girl. You ready for the hope to tear your ass up tonight and give you some of this payal stick? Yes! And then look, I can convince you, be like, you don't want this beast out of me. Give me that beast, because the word you said what you finna do to my cook, give it to me. And then you see the visual like, whoa, shit now, goddamn now, wait a minute now. You getting too carried away, Trey, and I'm like, this what you want now, you know what I'm saying? And this thing, you know, and it's going down. Look. When you think about Green Men, how Hollywood will tell you about the whole and why they painting them green. A giant. Ain't he green? Watch this. Check this out. I'm finna go to the Word of God. Hold on.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Si hay algo en lo que te pueda ayudar, solo dime.
What the Bible said about green men?
La Biblia no menciona específicamente hombres verdes como tal. En general, la Biblia trata temas sobre la humanidad, la espiritualidad, la moral, pero no tiene referencias a seres o criaturas descritas de esa forma. Si tienes alguna otra pregunta específica o necesitas más detalles, aquí estoy.
I forgot y'all don't know how to speak. I forgot y'all don't know how to speak that other language. I forgot y'all know how. I had a homeboy. Look, and my homeboy was like, "Hey, guy, you know how to speak another language?" Because I was talking and I would start speaking it. Because this what happened. Because he came over here and I was talking to my neighbor. My neighbor, they from a country, and I was speaking their language. And it just fucked him up. Like, I didn't know this shit, Trey guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, bro, I'm like, man, look, this shit easy, like, you know what I'm saying? But, hold on. Let me straighten the language up right. All right, let me go. What Revelation said about green men?
According to GraceFiber.com, while not all colors are defined as green, the passage evokes the apocalyptic tone later echoed in Revelation. The themes of restoration, judgment, and global movement hint at green's latent symbolism as divine activity returning to a desolate world.
Let's go to green symbolism. All right, let's go to green siblings so y'all can see what I see. All right. It's a spiritual of green in the Bible, the resurrection and the provision, right? The green in the Bible symbolize life, growth, and renewal and hope. It's linked to the flourishing in the pose of Psalm 23, the fruitful tree, Jeremiah 17, chapter 8. And then you go to the spiritual. The political green often represent God, provision. And then when you go to this, what a hawk at? Right here. Boom. Tell me you see what Hollywood. Booyah. Look. Instead of them making, look, if you really want to know the truth, the Bible tell you who the giants, and the Bible will also told you who was the small green men. Look. The small green alien. And look how they depicted the small green alien. Look. Even the married children. Guess what the married children finna say? Watch this, y'all. Look.
Al! Al! Well, guess he's not home.
Well, he couldn't be far. The stench of failure is still in the air.
Kids, I think you better go upstairs and pack a bag. Father may be going away.
Just know he's gonna linger on and eat away at our savings.
Come on out of there, sweetheart. Come on. Come on. Well, now look what you've done.
Oh, we sell
That's why you got Peggy with the long hair. Look, if you look at Al Bundy and Peggy, look at Fred Flintstone wife and Betty. Look, if you go to Betty, Fred Flintstone, look, that's Fred, right? And that's Betty. Y'all don't see the difference? And then once you go back, look.
shoes. What's the difference?
They had
Come on,
Peggy, I ain't gonna lie, look.
Marcy just did that because she loves you.
No, I didn't. Every black man wants some Peggy in their life.
Because he calls me Sergeant Carter Hare.
And I'm like, shit, I like Peggy. Give me Peggy.
Come on over here and sit on the couch and tell us what happened.
Well, you'll laugh at me.
We won't laugh at you.
Well, the moon men came back and took my socks.
Isn't it funny how UFOs always visit idiots?
See how they miss UFOs?
Well, I guess they went up to the last idiot and said, "Take us to your leader."
Look, you gotta believe me. They came in here and they took the socks off my feet, then they measured my head, then they went into the laundry basket and took the socks out of there. Does that sound like the ramblings of an idiot? Ask Buck, he was here.
And that's why he pointed at the dog, cause what Jesus said about dogs. What Jesus said about dogs. Crazy shit. Look, why did Jesus call her a dog? Watch this.
In the book of Matthew, there are some verses in chapter 15 where a Canaanite woman begs Jesus to cure her daughter, who was being tormented by a demon. When you get to verse 26, right after she says, "Lord, help me," Jesus tells the woman, "It's not right to take the bread from the children's table and throw it at the dogs." Wait a minute, did Jesus just call her a dog? Now, at first glance and out of context in the English language, it sounds offensive, right? But before we jump to conclusions, let's break this down and see what's going on here. First, we need to understand that in Jesus' day, many Jews refer to Gentiles as dogs, unclean, godless outsiders. And to the
if Jesus called the Jews dog, and keep this in mind, you got black people saying we the real Jews. We the real Jews. All right? See my friends over here? Good. Jesus said to the Jews, let me stop it right there. Since you and your man is a black person, we are the Jews. We are the real Jews, Trey Gang. Oh, I ain't gonna dispute none of that. Matter of fact, I ain't even gonna answer that. Just say the Jews is the black people. Look what Jesus said about the Jews.
The Jews, even walking into a Gentile home could make you ceremonially unclean. So when this Gentile woman comes to Jesus and begs him for help, his disciples want her gone. Now, here's the important part, so don't miss this. Looking at the Greek translations of scripture, Jesus does not use the word kuan, which means a filthy wild street dog. That word refers to unspiritual people or an unclean animal. No, Jesus uses the word kanarion, meaning a little house dog or a pet. You see, it's a metaphor, not an insult. Jesus often tested people to prove their intentions with questions or challenges, and here Jesus' response to the Canaanite woman is a test. Jesus declined her request and explained that she had no legitimate expectation of his help. He's saying here that his mission is first to Israel. You see, Jesus is not trying to shame her, and he's certainly not using a racial slur. He's testing her and drawing out her faith for all the people there to see. And the woman responds brilliantly. She says, "Even the dogs eat crumbs from the master's table." Jesus doesn't reject her. He acknowledges her and calls her faith great, and he heals her daughter. And at the same time, teaches his disciples and us that God's kingdom isn't about race or status. It's about faith. Thank you.
And go back and read that Bible as a Christian now. And what you find out, you'll be like, wait a minute. I was looking at this. Look. This shit even in the Jeffrey Epstein Bible. Why did Jesus call the Canaanites? Who are the Canaanites? Look. Watch how you finna have a lot of people like, yeah, Trey Gang, you know, we the real Canaanites. Yeah, I know that. Trey Gang, we the real Jews. I believe that. This is why I believe that. If I'm black and then I'm the real Jew, right? That means if you have a foreigner that stole your identity, say, y'all ain't the Jews, you just black people. We are the real Jews, and we the real Jewish people. And Jesus had to come in there and say, since you want to have identity theft and you know and all this, you the real dogs. You Jewish, since you call yourself Jewish. Because if you was a real follower of the true high God that created the souls and all of this, you will understand, but like, well, damn. Now I see why God got to really send his only begotten son, because of Satan stole your identity, say we the real Jews. Satan done took everything what God had for the indigenous people, any other race that was here. Cause when you look at it like who was here before first, and people like black people was here before first, black was here before first, everybody was here first. Man, you think God, when God created a race, he just created black people? When you don't think God created, when he created black man, he created a Chinese man? You don't think when God created a black man, he done, you know what I'm saying, created a Jamaican man? When God created man, you don't think he made multiple man in different skin tone? Yeah. If I tell you, if you read the book of Acts, right? The book of Acts. As a Christian, you know what the book of Acts stands for, right? You got these people claiming they walk with God just when Jesus crucifixion. Would this sound accurate if I told you when I exit out my live tonight, go to the book of Acts? Oh, when I say go to the book of Acts, go to the audio. Just go to the audio. Watch this. Once you go to the audio, this finna blow y'all mind. But once you read the whole book of Acts, and the reason why I chose the book of Acts, because it's finna get straight to Jesus crucifixion and all this. And the whole purpose of me showing, go to the book of Acts, look at the crucifixion, and look what was going on in the book of Acts. Once you find out what's going on with the books of Acts, turn your Bible. When they crucified Jesus, look, when they killed Jesus and crucified him, right? Everybody witnessed the world went dark. You got some people on this other side of the world, it went dark, but they didn't know why they went dark. It was just a strange event to them. And later on, you're going to have people that, you know what I'm saying, translate them and tell them what really happened. So look. According to the Masonic Bible, this is what the Masonic Bible taught me. When they found out Jesus, when they found out that the Messiah was coming through the birth, the wise men came from the east. According to the Masonic Bible, the three wise men were Freemasonry. And they come, well, really they descendants of Cain, because Cain went to China and settled in the Philippines. The Bible ain't gonna teach you that. On tonight. So I knew that the Messiah, him and the other religion people, they knew the Messiah was coming. They just didn't know when. Until the word broke out, the three wise kings came and wanted to present gifts to the baby Jesus. All right. You had a king at that time and say, hey, we got to kill this baby Jesus. If we go to that king and look when he was living, now you finna get the whole time stamp of slavery. This was finna expose Hollywood. Because once you go back and look at it, be like, wait a minute. if you go to the book of Acts and actually read the book of Acts, it's going to tell you a story. Man, they done killed Jesus. Man, they done crucified Jesus. The most saddest story in the book is in the book of Acts. So, when they killed Jesus, according to the Masonic Bible, they had to come up with another creation story. And the creation story go like this here. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And I said, oh my God. That's what the Masonic book like. So, if you read the book of Acts and then turn all the way back to Genesis, this just to show you proof when they killed God, when they killed Jesus, they witnessed the miracle. Once they witnessed the miracle, not only they were murderers, but they turned around and became believers. The same people had something to do with Jesus' death actually realized this man is the Son of God. Even though they knew he was the Son of God, it was like, boom, I'm going to poke him and boom, I just want to see this prophecy going to be fulfilled. Knowing it's going to be fulfilled, you just want to see it, just like a firework. Like, yeah, if I like this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, I want to see this whole pop. According to Masonic history, they had to cover up the murder because too many people around the world saw darkness and didn't even know what they was experiencing on the other side of the world. And the Freemason had to come in, and guess what the Freemasonry did? This what really put Jesus on the map. Because when they crucified him and killed him, they had no choice but to go across the world and preach that man's name. Don't care how much you hate him, they got to preach that man's name because of the truth and the facts, bro. The truth and the facts. It's just like, if I murder somebody, boom, let's say me and this nigga into it. He the king of his neighborhood, I'm the king of my neighborhood. I actually murdered that man. And once I murdered that man, I realized this man really had more power than I had. By me killing this man did not give me no more power. So what I got to do, now I got to praise this man because so many people love him. You see what I'm saying? So guess what you got to do? Preach the man word. Oh, look, man, God said this. And God said that. God said to be, you know what I'm saying, get baptized. You want to, and then make it so bad. Satan give you an ultimatum. Check this out. Satan could come to you right now. You could get on your hands and knees. And from what I was taught, these people taught me in the church. You stand up and you bow your head down to God. To me, at that time, that looked like, to me, you being submissive. You standing up, you bow your head down to the presence of the Lord. And then when I read other religions like Muslims and all this, you better not be standing up praying to no God. Because God, you know, if you really want to worship God, that's why they got on their hands and knees. They just really showing submit. That's how God really answered your prayer. Look how Iran is the #1 country that every race they go to and everybody can pray together in Mecca. In Mecca. No violence or nothing. You got black, white, Chinese, you got all these people. And I was like, what makes this site so special? And I found out they said this site was built by Abraham. And the Iranians got the real history, just like Ethiopia do. You know what I'm talking about? So look, so basically what I'm saying, if you read the book of Acts, read the whole book of Acts, get the feeling of Jesus' story. When they said Jesus was in the tomb, and when they came back to the tomb, his body wasn't there. And they said Mary and them was at the tomb, and they interacted with the angels, and the angel one that told them that Jesus not in his tomb no more. Watch this. Go back to the Genesis. Now you see they had to start a whole new creation story. Say, yeah, God created Adam and Eve. And then look. That's why you had the cross already exists in the Old Testament. That's why they was pushing Freemasonic religion, because in the book of Genesis, in the Old Testament, all that's finna be Masonic. So when they got rid of Jesus, they gave us the Masonic law, preach that we go to church these days. They're gonna teach the Masonic law, but in the Christian way. You can go to a Mason right now and say, hey, my brother, I want to learn about the tiger grip. A Mason gonna look at you like, I don't know nothing about no tiger grip. And then you like, well, let's go to Daniel. Hold on, matter of fact, I'll do it live right now. Check this out, I'm finna do it live. The book of Daniel talk about the lion's grip. Look. When you talk about the lion and the lion, when you talk about Daniel in the lion den, look, in the lion's den. This is what I learned in the Bible. Because if you learn this in the Bible, you know Daniel was a king. You know what I'm talking about, a prophecy or whatever, you know what I'm talking about. He was interpreter of dreams, right? Now look, if you find out the story about Daniel, bro, you'll be like, oh, when it comes to Freemasonry, that's who saved him from being divided by the lion. There was no lion because they gave him the tiger's grip. This was Freemason. Look, you got the tiger's paw. You got the lion's grip. And the lion's grip is the handshake. Always dealing with the handshake. Just say, when Daniel was in the lion pit, when the angels came and saved him, they had, just say like if you falling off a cliff and you got your hand, you remember in Hollywood when they show you somebody hanging on the cliff and they got their hand in hand, they grabbing forearm to forearm. Hang on to me, brother. I'm hanging on, you know what I'm saying? That's a Masonic handshake. You see what I'm saying? That's a Masonic handshake, bro. Watch this. Matter of fact, all right. Matter of fact, let me go Freemason, the lion grip. Now look, now y'all see the lion grip? This is what I learned about Freemasonry. When Daniel was in the lion's den, this is how the spirit, the angels rescued him. Because this is the reason why the lion didn't attack him. Because when they locked hands together, he snatched him before he got divided by the lion. You see what I'm saying? This grip, you could say somebody hanging from a cliff. Look, why did y'all see this? I can't make this up. The lion paw. The strong grip of Freemasonry. I learned this from the Bible, bro. Look. see what he had to say about it.
My dad was a Freemason, so I was introduced to it early on. I would just see him dress up from time to time and go to a lodge. He wouldn't talk about it. I didn't find out till much later what he was and what it entailed, and he didn't stay long either, but as far as I know, he made it to like, he was nowhere near like the 33rd degree Freemasons or anything like that. Just got out pretty early. I made it as far as you can go as a new guy, if you want to call it that, the 3rd degree. When you get that initially, when you first go into the lodge. And it's a bunch of old rituals or reenactments of different things that happen.
Like in the Kanika Jigga case. Kanika Jigga case was a reenactment of an old fucking ritual, bro. You know what? Matter of fact, I'm finna go live about that. Thumb me up. You want me to go live and break down like what Trey Gang was trying to tell the world. I'm like, look, y'all just don't understand. Kanika Death was a reenactment. You even heard the YouTuber said it. Yeah, this is a reenactment. That's the most famous thing they said about the girl case. A fucking reenactment. And Trey Gang, just imagine Trey Gang was looking into this shit, and I'm like, damn. The Masonics got a ritual like this. And this how Kanika died. Not only this how Masonic work like this here, and I like mob movies, and I studied mob. And the mob was in the Freemasonry back then. This is what I didn't even know, and one I wasn't even thinking about. When they taught you about slavery, I didn't even know you had a lot of black free slavery, black people that's not slave, but that's masonry, bruh. And I was like, damn, the ritual they do, no fucking wonder. Because he said this here, look.
Storytelling through certain rituals. My dad was a Freemason, so I was introduced.
Freemason, the shoe ritual. If you go to Freemasonry and then you go to the shoe ritual, bruh. Matter of fact, let me show you why the shoe ritual exists. Because of Jesus. Check this out. Jesus sandals. Hold on, matter of fact, let me do this. Jesus Freemason sandals. Watch this. Now this the average sandal that they would be wearing, right? This the average sandal. Cause look, when I was young, I had a pair of these sandals. I hated these fucking sandals. And I ain't even know these motherfuckers from Jerusalem. I just know goddamn it shit. Man, my goddamn mama took up the paint lab and like, get you some sandals, you know, summer coming up and like, damn, we gonna put you in some of these. But I ain't know these called my Jerusalem shoes, you know what I'm talking about. I had a pair of these junk. You know what I'm talking about? I remember these junk. All right. I want to show y'all the sandals. They said, Jesus. Hold on. Hold on. Jesus Freemason sound.
According to Poshmark.com, European. The Camel Classic Style Original Leather Biblical Jesus Sandals in size US 9 and EU 40 are a stylish and comfortable choice for women.
I want the sandals that I found in their website. It's a website. They were like, that's why they wash Jesus' feet. Cause look, cause sandals play a big role, right? I didn't even know this how much Sanders big role. Look. Now look, y'all see what Cain got on? Look, this why if you go to Adam, right, guess what Adam had on? They said they cover up their cover part. Watch this. Why Freemason wear the all-white apron around their private part?
According to Warframe.com, Mesa's regulator pistols are colored separately in their exalted weapon menu rather than the main Warframe color selection. Some related files refer to Mesa as Cowgirl, which was most likely her name.
Freemason, the apron.
According to craftsmansapron.com, artists providing handmade Masonic aprons for past masters and master masons, regalia, clothing, artwork, and gifts.
And check this out. According to the Bible, God made Adam and Eve clothing to hide their nakedness. According to the Christian and the preachers, they'll tell you God sold fig leaves, right? Fig leaves, right? To protect their nakedness, right? And if you go to fig leaves, and if you go to the Masonic teaching, this is what Adam would be wearing over his private part, right here. Over his private part. See that? So just look at it like this here. If you got a man wearing some Bugs Bunny draws, some goddamn Spider-Man draws, you would look at that man kind of crazy, like that, you know what I'm saying? Even if your blue thing, you like, well, this my man, he just love his Spider-Man draw and his SpongeBob draw. And check this out. And just imagine if you wear these type of draws. You would question like, damn, you know, why my baby wearing these type of draws? Like, they're gonna make you choose like, damn, what's up with these draws? Why you wearing this and every time, you know what I'm saying? We have sex, you have this shit on. Oh, you know why. Look, you see where it clothed at? Look. White stand for pure, meaning that you can live life through a sperm. And the sperm gonna what? Goes in the bloodline. Once it goes in the bloodline, check this out. This where the blue finna come in at. Once you get the blue, you see the enemy. Now you see the word M. The M stands for money. That's why I got God and trust on the dollar bill. You check this out. If you look at this M right here, all right, I see the letter M, but go to the pyramid. You got an upside down pyramid where the eye looking down at the private part. This at the private part. And if you look at this like this here, what do a woman look like that she would be laid flat on her back, especially this side? Look at the, just imagine this the woman vagina. See what it's shaped like? All right, boom. This is her leg, right? Just imagine you got her legs pent up, boom. And you finna stand, and you finna put the tree of life in her. The tree of life is the payas. And boom, once these two connect, the payas stick with her virginity, that's what you finna get. You finna get this substance that create. That's the light. That you know what I'm talking about. So look, boom. All the thing you seeing is a sexual act. You see what I'm saying? All it is look, this life produced babies, right? This life produced babies. So when Satan came down here with light, he destroyed humanity when he tapped in with the human female. So now you done got giants out here. Now they ain't even giants no more, cause you done bred the giant size out the gene, but they still got the goddamn DNA. And I learned this from a Bible. The Bible said this is a naked woman that laid on her back. And the woman was named Lillian. Lillian said, I don't want to be on my back. I want to be on top. And Adam was like, I'm not finna be laying on my back. I'm on top. And she like, well, wait a minute. God created you just like he created me. We both equal. So I got say so. Adam like, man, you got me messed up. You see what I'm saying? So Lillian had a problem with it. That's when she, according to Freemasonry, that's when Lucifer came and had sex with her and embodied demons. Keep this in mind. If you a demon or a fallen angel, an average woman take 9 months to have a baby. A demon can have a baby soon after goddamn it birth. I mean, soon after sex. I didn't know that in the Bible. Not to, according to Freemasonry, a demon can just say like, if you go and Google this about the clone, Google about scientific clone of family, and they said they cloned a female, right? This a clone female, and they said this female got 14 kids, but this clone ain't no more than 4 years old. So do the math. If you got a clone that's no more than 4 years old, how can that clone have damn near 14 to 20 babies? And it take a woman 9 months to have a baby, so that means the woman can actually have a baby every year. Not only every year, you could actually, a woman, if you could really do it, you could actually have a baby really 2 babies that could be born. If I could tell 12, you got 12 months, boom. You could tell a baby in 9 months and have the baby within that 9 months. And that 9 months, you could also get pregnant at that time. So you can get pregnant twice in 1 year. What if you get pregnant on January? You got 9 months, boom, then you had a baby. They tell you it takes 6 weeks for you to not have sex again. But then again, if you go against that, you could actually have a baby. You know what I'm saying? You could actually, boom, get pregnant again, be like, damn, why you still, you know what I'm talking about? I didn't even know that. But when it come to Freemasonry, I said, damn, I see it in the symbols now. That's why they freaky. Look. That's why all the symbols gonna point where? To the private part. Boom, this the tree of life. Check this out. If you look at it, what the Freemasonic showed me, look, when they put this on, this pointing you a pyramid down to the private part. This is why you got the cross on her. This is where the all-seeing eye gonna be at. So if a lady cross her legs and you enter in her, you entering into this area over here. That's where the egg gonna be at. Right there. Boom. So look. So when it comes to this, check this out. Look at it like this here. A female on top of a man and she riding him. Don't that what they look like? Don't they look like a woman riding a man and having sexual intercourse? That's why you got the circle right here. Because the circle is the egg. This where you breathe the life at. And according to Kanika Jenkins, when they say organ missing, this was the main organ they were missing out her body. Because they said this is the organ that can produce a human. And this what we're missing out of her, bro. This is a woman riding a man on top. Or a man on top drilling a woman on the bottom. Which way you want to go with? It's the symbol right there. And this symbol also represents the structure in the building. Look. That's why they wear white gloves. Because when you go back to Moses, remember what I told y'all about Daniel, right? About the tiger grip? Watch this. Moses' right hand. In Exodus. Now y'all see they got Moses with the right hand. Look, this is the crazy part about it. I'm finna put y'all in Freemasonry, bro. Look, in Exodus, God commanded Moses to perform a sign to prove his authority. The Lord tell Moses, put your hand inside your coat. Hold on. And when he does it, his hand become loose, white as snow. All right. See that white hand? I want to know why. Because it is white as snow. Put it in your blossom. When they said put it in your blossom, Freemason, hand adjuster against the chest. Look. Freemason, white glove.
According to Etsy.com, check out our Freemason white glove selection for the very best in unique or custom, handmade pieces from our evening and formal glove shops.
See that? The white glove. So when you go back to the white gloves, that's why Freemason wear the white glove, because what Moses did. He put his hand in the blossom. When it turned out, it turned about white. Meaning that he was Freemasonry, bro. That's where you get the white glove from. That's where you finna get the hospital from. With the staff and the snake around the staff. And they said if you get bit by a snake, if you have real faith, same snake that poison you, the snake can bite you again and it can cure you. They just like telling you, man, this dog bitch, I don't want to go through that no more. But you gotta let the dog bite you. I can't do it. This pain is so bad. They let you like a faith you would have. See what I'm saying? And then look. What the firmament look like. It's a solid dome displaying over the earth, separating the waters above and the waters below, with the sun and the moon and the star embezzled in it. Look what they said the firmament would look like. They said, look, if this what the firmament look like, you got land on top of this water, right? And then look, if you got the firmament, right, they said this the upper sea. So we surrounded by water. On the outside would be ice, right? And once you go to Google Map and look at a 3D, oh yeah, it's over with. Bye, y'all. Man, Trey ain't finna get on up out of here, man. Trey ain't love y'all, man. Y'all be cool, y'all be safe. I'm gonna go back live and I'm gonna show y'all, bro, that, man, look at it when it comes to the Kaniga Jinga case. When the YouTuber was explaining that how Freemasonry is involved, and they was exposed to Freemasonry. You know what I'm saying? They was exposed to Freemasonry. So I looked into the Freemasons. I'm like, man, the Freemasons is actually real. And I'm looking at it, and I can actually break it down and be like, hey, this, okay, you see the moon and the star, and you see the mountain. They said this the earth. And then look, and they said this the sun. Now check this out. If we look at the sun, how the sun will be going around the world, right? And with the moons and the stars to follow. If you look at the world that is actually in a dome shape, check this out. If you look at the sun, look at this at Antarctica. Antarctica is surrounded by the world. If you look at Antarctica, is the ice wall that's keeping all the water inside of the land, of the earth, right? And check this out. Just say if you got Elon Musk and he got a rocket right here and he's shooting the rocket out, boom, he ain't going down. What he doing this, boom, shooting the rocket up and it go down. Bam. That's why they can't even shoot the rocket up and go to the moon. Just say you can shoot the rocket up and go to the moon. And when they show you the moon picture, they don't even show you a round Earth. Matter of fact, let's show you how NASA showed Earth. The Earth photo.
According to NASA.gov, astronauts photograph the Earth from their unique point of view in low Earth orbit. Photographs record how the planet is changing over time, from human-caused changes like urban growth and reservoir construction, to natural dynamic events such as hurricanes, floods, and volcanic eruptions.
I need to find the moon picture. When they be on the moon and Earth, when they take picture of Earth, check this out. If you were standing on the moon, right? Look, if you look at the angle, the moon pictures.
According to fandom.com, moon peaches were among a series of fruits that Momo laid out for Sokka to eat while at the Southern Air Temple.
Damn, moon peaches? I ain't know that was a thing. Moon peaches? Shit, I got a new goddamn phrase now, goddamn. Yeah, give me some of those moon peaches, boo. Oh, yeah. I like calling them moon peaches, yeah, goddamn, I'm seeing those goddamn peaches. You know, everybody ate a peach before. Ain't a peach, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever grabbed that peach before? I see why they say that junk tastes like a peach. Cause you know, you gotta wash that peach out, take the little fuzz off that junk, you know what I'm talking about? Scrub the husk off that motherfucker, feel like new grow hair on the peach, you like, damn, you know what I'm talking about? Put a little water on it, not the little, you know what I'm talking about? And I'm going all in. You know what I'm about? Going all in, Jack. They say, you know, history made. This thing, you know, you just can't get ahead to everybody, cause if you get that head to the wrong female that's not promised to you, you get her that head, she gonna be like, yeah, you gotta meet my mama, my daddy, my uncles, and everybody. She gonna bring up the whole yearbook, like, yep, this one they would name me prom thing. Over here, like, stop lying, bitch, you know what I mean? And then this thing, you know, what I'm like, yeah, this my Uncle Chuck right here, you know, this who to look out for, you know what I'm saying? And this my daddy, you need to meet him. I already told you. She gonna bring you over her family, everybody greeting you like, hey man, we heard a whole lot about you. Like, damn, what the hell? fuck you done heard? And then they got a whole story like, yeah, she told me about, you know what I'm saying? Be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Why you? And they let you know, like, yep, she planning on the future, so you better not break up. Because if you break up with her, you know what I'm saying? She gonna feel doomed, be like, man, I done brought you to my mammy, my daddy, my cousin, my nephew, my nieces, and all this old shit. And you gonna play me like this, you know what I'm saying? And all that. And she finna get some real get back, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, she'll be on Facebook telling everybody, yeah, you know that nigga Dick Lord. What? Yup, that motherfucker small on the mother, girl. Don't even play with it. It ain't even worth it, big. And put you on blast like a motherfucker. And this thing, you know, and you trying to holler at a female, they be like, yeah, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? That little thing, little smile, you know, I'm cool, you know, giggles and munches. You know, they giggling and shit, you know what I'm saying? And this thing, you know, it's her hot ass. And this how a lot of people be getting up, you know what I'm saying? Guilt in those situations. And I'm like, why would you say that about that man? And you told that man business, you know he was a killer. Now both of y'all's on the news talking about double suicide or homicide, suicide or murder-cide type shit. In the last video you made like, yeah, bitch, you know what I'm talking about? The nuts, bitch. Shit, bitch, wait till you see the nut. 24 hours later, you got Channel 9 News talking about, dun-dun-dun. Hi, we out here on the west side right now, and we got a call saying it was a murder-suicide. We had Queek and Donnell Jones over here. Donnell Jones was exposed that he had the little sausage package. And he was unsatisfied, and Queek told everybody that he don't have a sausages. And not only he don't have a polo sausage, you know what I'm talking about? And this thing, you know, you got to, like, yep, it's over with. My life over with. Everybody know the D Little. I never commit suicide because the female say, yeah, you know, Trey guy ain't got the small. And then this thing, you know, and I kill myself. No, bro. Man, look, you got niggas out here kill themselves, bro, for dumb shit. Just imagine that you in a relationship with a female, and the female break up with you, and you actually kill yourself. Just imagine you actually kill yourself. You won't even be, you won't even figure out to be like, damn, you really killed yourself for nothing. Cause soon as you killed yourself, she just moved on with another nigga. You know what I'm saying? You killed yourself for no reason. Like, damn, you dead depressed and let her get to you. And I'm like, damn, what if you would have got over with and you might have would have met somebody way better than her? Maybe you would have woke up and be like, man, I don't need the bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna show the whole. Maybe they would give you encouragement, like, yeah, I'm gonna get something big and better on. Cause the female that took it down there ain't none but the big blogs, you know. Cause some of them female that take niggas down there, goddamn, and I'm looking at them like, damn. Man, I'm looking at your girl like, how you let that girl get so much control? She taking you down through there, and I'm looking at her, man. That lady got a bird belly, and I'm looking at her ankles. I know she is diabetic because I'm looking how swole the ankles is, and the foot swelled up in those sandals. And like, yep, she got that church people foot, and you know that church people foot. You know, think about Miss Mabel when she got those little them little church shoes on, you know what I'm talking about? And she got the meat busting out the side of them junk. Like, damn, I hope Sister Mabel is taking up medication because it look like the sugar getting bad in the foot. And this thing, you know, you looking at, man, check this out. Man, I went to church one time and I was talking to one of the usher lady, and when I was, she was a nice old lady. She was like, God bless you, young man, and she was like, I can see the future with you, young man. Hey, man, the Lord is blessing you tonight. And when I was looking down at her foot, I'm like, God damn. Man, you look like a NFL pro backer with these goddamn foots. I'm looking at her feet like, shit. Now, you can't, it got to be a special store around here that got shoes for diabetic people. Cause I'm like, the way your feet swole up now, you can't fit no average shoe. You gotta take me where you go get these shoes at. And she took me to the secret shoe store. And I'm like, this where all the senior citizens with those bad foot. They were like, yeah, Trey Gang, we come in this joint. You know what I'm talking about? Go on Alpha and put some of them the Passion of the Christ, cause you know they don't wear Nikes and shit. You know, all of them got holy names. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know what I'm saying, you know, female, you know, they wear them red bottoms, you know what I'm talking about. Oh no, you got them Jesus bottoms, you know what I'm talking about. Boy, when you hear the names on some of these high heels that they done put on there, cause you know I had a female, she was in the Christ and all that, and we went out shopping for some church shoes, you know what I'm talking about. See, me where I come from, church shoes just some regular dress shoes to me. They ain't no just. No, it just real. I wear some Stacey Adams, some goddamn Buster Brown. But they took me to the Christian show and they tried to sell me a pair of Jesus 3s. And I'm like, what they did? They were like, yeah, these the new Jesus 3s right here. Like they Jordan, like, yeah, these the number 4 Jordan right here. And I'm like, damn, these the Jesus 3s? Like, yeah, give me the Jesus 3s. Then they were like, yep. You see right there? It's made just like Air Force One. Instead of you got the swoosh, they got the cross on that giant. And I'm like, yeah, man, give me 2 pairs of those Jesus 3s. Then give me them all white and them all black and giant. And this how I knew I was crooked. Cause when times got hard and money got funny, I started robbing niggas in them all black Jesus 3s. With the black hoodie on, you know what I'm talking about? And I realized, damn, you know what I'm talking about? I'm robbing motherfuckers in some Jesus Christ shoes in the Jesus 3s, you know what I'm talking about? So if y'all want a pair of these Jesus 3s, y'all holler at me and I'll get them off Temu on my account. If you type in, you know what I'm talking about. Use my promo code and you get 85% off of some Jesus 3s. If you want those Jesus 3s, goddammit, thumb me up. We got them in white, black, you know what I'm talking about, and we got other distinctive colors, you know what I'm talking about. But until then, man, Trey Gang love y'all. Y'all be cool and y'all be safe. Place your order for those Jesus 3s. Pay y'all. No, I'm dead serious. Man, look, I was in that job. I ain't never heard of this shit. Just imagine you like, yeah, I know about Jordans, you know what I'm saying? K-Swiss, Adidas, you know, Feli's, you know, Bisbee Lago. But, cause you know, I was fucking with a Kruger. You know how you fucking with those old saints? Cause I had an old saint in my life. You know, she one of those females that you could leave in the house and she, only thing she just certified with her gospel music and her little Bible quotes right here and sing her hymn. Yes, Lord, yes he is. And she was like, hey, Trey Gang, you want to go shopping? And she bought me all kind of Christian shirts and some Jesus 3s. I ain't never went shopping and be like, yeah, let me get that Holy Spirit jeans. Yeah, I got me a pair of Holy Spirit. I'm used to wearing, you know, designer clothes, you know, to my designer jeans and shit. I never tried on the Holy Spirit. Them hoes were fitting. I'm like, this Holy Spirit? Like, yep. And I was like, I do feel the spirit in these jeans. And they be like, what size shoe you wear? And I'm like, yeah, I wear a size 12 and a half. Give me a size 12 and a half Jesus 3s. And they came out with those Jesus 3s. I couldn't deny them. Man, all white Jesus 3s coming like Air Force One. I'm like, damn, let me see the all black. And next thing you know, I'm like, how much y'all want for these? They were like $2,700. I'm like, $2,700 for some Jesus 3s? You know what I'm talking about? They were like, these the Lord shoes. And I'm like, damn, you know, they were trying to explain to me, you know what I'm talking about? Look, they even got some Holy Faith steel toe boots. Man, if you look, go in aisle 4 and go, just say if you a hard worker for the Lord, go into the steel toe section. You got the Holy Steels of Lord. Yeah, you be like, yeah, give me some of those Jesus 3s, please, and let me get some of those Holy Saints boots. Get you a pair of those Holy Saints boots. Oh, yeah, you stomping for the Lord now. You know what I'm talking about? And then I ain't even, when they were breaking it down, they were like, yeah, Trey Gang, They were like, you in the sandals? I'm like, nah, I don't wear sandals. And they were like, why you don't wear sandals? You know, you need to wear sandals. You know what I'm saying? God would love to see you in sandals. And I'm like, well, you know, the way my feet set up, you know, to mount, I don't think they would be appropriate. And they were like, let me see the foot. And I'm like, nah, we ain't got to get in all that. Just give me the shoe size. And I just buy them. And they were like, nah, we need to see the foot. So I took those goddamn shoes off. And they seen me. Man, they locked the whole doors in. They were like, get the Pope in her right now. And I was like, what the fuck going on? They were like, nah, we need the Pope in her. So they got the Pope Benedict in there. Look, they called the Pope. They called the priest. They even had demon worship because they looked at my foot and like, damn, what's wrong with these motherfuckers? Like, and they were like, these jumps don't hurt. I was like, these hoes hurt sometimes, you know what I'm saying? They were like, put some of these demon shoes. I'm like, damn, these bitches hurt. And when I put those Jesus 3s on, I was walking for the Lord. They got mad at me then, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I was walking for the Lord. And then when I tried to preach to the congregation, was like, yeah. And, you know, I was preaching to the congregation, and the people were looking at me like, you just ain't nothing but a fraud. I'm like, why y'all say I'm a fraud? We looking at your clothes. You got a ring on. You got jewel pieces hanging off your neck. You know what I'm saying? And we looking at your shoes. How much those shoes cost? And I'm like, man, look. These the new Jesus 3s. And this thing, you know, the crowd went wild. Like, I told you this motherfucker. And now he's saying God bless him with some Jesus 3s. And this thing, you know, I'm a fraud. You know what I'm talking about? But if you look at the usher board, Miss Mabel them, the real Sister Jenkins, look at those goddamn high heels they be wearing. Be like, damn, look how fat them sugar done, you know what I'm saying? And she still stomping in them junk. Yeah, what kind of medication she on? Cause I ain't never see an old lady be doing all this in the church, stomping and stuff, you know what I'm talking about? Cause I seen Sister Jenkins and shit. I'm like, hey, Sister Jenkins, how you doing? I'm like, oh, and praise God, my feet bad. And I'm looking at those feet like, God damn, I'm scared to touch them junk. Cause it's like, if I touch it, I know you will be in more pain. She was like, yeah, don't touch these just boo. And this thing, you know, but on that Sunday, she gonna come in that church with some goddamn spirit boots. I ain't even know spirit boots really existed. So I seen the wing on that junk, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Man, Sister Jenkins in there, cause you know Miss Teresa be in that church too. See, Miss Teresa be in that church dressed up like a usher and shit, you know what I'm talking about, with those new pair of spirit boots. Yeah, give me those St. John boots. Cause you know what I'm talking about, you know, we wear Timberlands and all that, but you know, they wear St. John boots. Yeah, let me get a pair of those, you know what I'm talking about. What kind of boots you said you were looking for? Y'all ain't got no Matthew, Luke, John boots in there? Nah, we just got some lugs back here. Damn, let me see. Y'all got some spirit boots? Nah, we got a size 7 in them. Just nah, I'm cool. I don't know what I'm about. Shit, let me get those holy boots over there. How much I want for those holy boots? Well, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Shit, they gonna sell for about $59.99, you know, nah, shh. I'm cool, you know what I'm talking about. Y'all ain't got them new, y'all ain't got those new, Adam and Eve boots? Talking about those Jodeci boots? Yeah, the knocking the boots, John. Them H-Town John. Yeah, we got some of those, John. You want the peanut butter sole on that, John? Or you want your shit at suede and shit? You know, they got nigga wearing suede around that motherfucker. You know what I'm about? So look, that's what I'm saying. I'm look, hold on, let me get you them Jesus. The Jesus sandals. I swear y'all act like
According to
these
MyJerusalemStore.com, our collection of Jesus sandals, handcrafted in Israel, is inspired by the simple, functional footwear worn in the time of Jesus.
Amazon.
Rooted in faith and tradition,
let me cut
they
this
reflect a
down
life of
now.
humility and purpose.
Now y'all thought I was lying. Come on and get you some of these biblical Jesus sandals. They for $41.99. If you want the Holy Land joints, yeah, they $51.99. You know what I'm saying? If you want them J slips, that's them Jesus slip sandals. You know what I'm saying? They just $79. They just $7.99 on Amazon. In case y'all want some. But if you want those Imperial sandals, the Hawaiian joints, come on down and get you some of the Hawaiian Moses joints. They got the rubber slide on for Jesus, $29.97. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all want them, John. All right. We got those King James homemade leather joints. So you got the King James you know what I'm saying, homemade. I guess those them old ancient Jordan joints. You know what I'm talking about? So let's go back to these sandals. Now I ain't making the names up, but if you want to pair some of those Moses sandals, yeah, let's go to the Holy Land market. Yeah, the biblical sandals, you know what I'm saying? They actually selling this shit, bro. They really is. So if you a Christian, this mandatory. You got to get you a pair of Jesus sandals. Just imagine. Oh, yeah. I can't do it, though. Because the way my feet, Jesus sandals. All right, let's go. I told y'all. Look. Yep. You got the brown Jesus sandals with the scrap. Man, I swear to God, bro, this internet shit is crazy. I got the road, bro. I got the road if I end up buying me some of these jobs like that. Let me in the summertime finna come up too. Shit. Now that's those crucifixion jars there. Yeah, let me get a pair of those crucifixion jars. This time you know you got some pair of them new. Look, yeah, let me get a pair of those, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got those, yeah, let me get those Johns, you know what I'm talking about? Then look what they naming these Johns. Yeah, let me get some of that, yeah. So this what Moses was wearing. This was Moses' footwear. Somebody know the truth, because they want to name it after Moses. So this what Moses was wearing. So Jesus was wearing these Johns. So if Jesus was wearing these Johns and Moses was wearing these, so Moses wearing flip-flops then. There ain't no sandal. So this a cheap version, like, yeah, I wouldn't even trust a nigga with flip-flop then. It's just like goddamn Moses pop up in a pair of flip-flop with a stick in his hand, talking about, yeah, I'm finna go up here to the mountaintop right quick. I'll be back. What? You mean tell me you finna hike the mountains in Egypt? Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah, I got to follow you. You know what I'm talking about. What you said? There's them Jesus 23s? I believe you. Man, you crazy as hell. What you say them Jesus 23s? You know what I'm talking about? Oh my God, bro. Man, you got me in tune with that one. You know what I'm talking about? Just imagine you walk with these just on the runway. Just imagine you got a rapper right now and be like, yeah, well, tell us about your new wardrobe collection. Yeah, I went with the what I'm rocking right now on my feet. I'm rocking the I went with the Jesus 23s on this one. You see, I went with the low tops, crop, kind of funky style a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then you see, I can see all of that, bro. And then look, and you know, you just imagine, and you since you said that, I cannot wait when I step outside again, cause where I come from, a lot of females, you know what I'm saying, be having old Jesus 23s on. So I got to be on the alert, be like, yup. So she step out that little Hyundai Kia, goddamn it, I'm doing the shoe check. Like, yup, she got the Jesus 23s on. Yeah, she better be a real Christian, cause I'm finna approach that, be like, hey, you know what I'm talking about? And be like, hey, can I give you the word of the Lord? Nah, I ain't got time for that. And be like, why you got those new Jesus 23s on? And let me find out if you got these joints, you bought these hoes from what's that Bishop T.D. Jake. Yeah, Bishop T.D. Jake, when the cameras cut off in the church, he had to tell everybody, like, look, don't tell nobody. But we got the real 23 Jesus sounders right now. And to watch how everybody, yeah, let us be the one that get a first pair of these, John. And that's why they be stomping and doing those Lord praises. Because if you look at Miss Pearl's shoes, you be like, damn, look at Miss Pearl's foot. Man, Miss Pearl done came in with the big ass church hat. That motherfucker so big with all kind of feathers on that job. You know what I'm talking about? Then she got that big ass Christian coat on, you know, like that. What the fuck with the shoulder pads in the shoulders? And you know when Sister Pearl come in, when it's time to praise the Lord, she the only one that be in the background like, preach it, pastor. Oh, shimmy. She the one that started the praise then. Cause when the pastor, just say the pastor be like, and you know God for your sin. Preach it, pastor. And be like, yeah, God is good. Amen, pastor, I'm feeling it. And this thing, you know, the drama feeling Miss Pearl finna get into it, so they start hitting the hi-hats on that mother. Then they got the keyboard like, and then this thing, you know, she finna get up and get the jump stepping. And that's the reason why we be late getting out of church. Cause Miss Pearl's, she done took her goddamn perk this morning. She done took all her blood pressure medicine. And then she done took her goddamn Adderall, all this shit, and this lady crunk as hell in church. You wanna know why they be stomping the way they? And you be like, damn, it gotta be a miracle. Man, Sister Pearl done stomped a hole in the floor today. And this thing, you know, when you see her on a Monday, you know, I'm like, yeah, Miss Pearl, you need me to do anything? I can't get out the bed, boo. The goddamn devil came in there and took my Jesus sandals. They took my Jesus 23s. And this thing, you know, you gotta look for the Jesus 33 because she like, she don't feel it. And she don't wear them just, she don't feel the Holy Spirit, you know. Man, this shit crazy as hell, bro. Cause I know how the old folk be doing it. And I can just see them when they get a fresh new pair of Jesus 23. They lay them on the bed next to their saint outfit. Now you got a pair of Jesus 3 with a Holy Spirit outfit. And I can see Sister Pearl done lay that John out on her bed and shit. Like, I'm finna kill it Sunday. Lord Jesus, I'm finna kill it. And she finna have all the rollers in her head. And she finna, man, look, she finna put up, when she take a bath, she finna take a bath in spirit water. She finna have all the spirit water. And when she come to church, now I don't know what kind of cologne with them usher ladies be wearing, but that shit be loud in the motherfucker. That lady had some goddamn, I'm like, damn lady, I know cologne, perfume when I smell it. It smell like some Brute No. 9. And she like, nah, this ain't no brute. I'm like, she was like, nah, this what you call and then I was like, wait a minute now, you know what I'm talking about? I'm like, then this thing, you know, that's how I figured out. I was like, yup, it's true. It's true. Man, it's true. So let me get on up out of here and let me and do my thing right quick, and I'm gonna go back live later on, and I'm gonna be laughing, joking with y'all, you know what I'm talking about? Smoke one with y'all, laugh and joke. And I might place me an order since they got them on sale. What y'all think? Should I get the Jesus sandals? Or should I get the Jesus 23s? Thinking about it, I might need to go with the Moses rope. I might need to go and get those shit. Matter of fact, let me get the 10 Commandments sandals, goddamn it. Make sure I stay holy with this shit. Nah, matter of fact, I'm just give me a pair of holy sandals. Oh shit. And somebody really finna come out with some shoes. And don't you know how, look, check this out. Don't you know these shoes would sell if you put on the side the Lord Sanders? You know what I'm talking about? Man, don't you know that shit gonna boom in the church? If I was in the church, I'm like, man, you can't work. Y'all cannot come in my church with no Nikes on. You can't come in my church with no steel toe boot. If you is coming here for God, you gonna have to wear your holy sandals. This is like if you go to a basketball. If you're a basketball player, you gotta wear basketball shoes, ain't it? So when you come to my church, you gotta wear church shoes. But if you say you believe in the Lord, you gotta get you a pair of these Jesus 3s. And we got 2 more in stock, so you better go and get them now. You know what I'm talking about? Cause you can't let everybody be a preacher, man. You'll be selling spirit cookies, man. Look, I've been to a church. Them folks was already selling Jesus handkerchief. This is like if you want your miracle chip, do y'all want your miracle handkerchief right now? Do you want your miracle handkerchief? All right, let me see. Colonel Thomas miracle handkerchief. All right, let's get y'all handkerchief. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Colonel Thomas. None I ain't say nothing about but God. Put but God in there. Put my Miss Teresa voice in there. And he'll pop up. Where he at? Where you at? What's his name? Kenny. I forgot his name. There he go. Miracle handkerchief. Come on, y'all get that miracle handkerchief.
Why? Because he cares.
Before we go out right now, y'all call my prayer line if you want to be blessed again. You want to get to know the Lord better. Call my prayer hotline and make sure you order those Payal spirit handkerchief. Come on.
For you. Don't you know that God is so concerned about you? I mean, you're going to hell right now, and you're needing God to work the miracle. Pray that God will not only hear, but God will answer my prayer. prayers. The prayer of faith for you, for God to work in your family. And God will do it for faith for you. God will cause supernatural miracles to happen for you. An hour as this, and God is using this thing. And God is a prayer answering God. All right, let's go right back to.
And that's who Mr. Reese. This who Mr. Reese was going to church with. This was her pastor, bro. Mr. Reese was going to this church, her, Andrew Holmes. Then you gonna see Devin Norwood, Irene. Now you be like, what church this is? And then Mr. Reese be like coming, and then you see that where Mr. Reese get that but God from. And tell me, can you come to church? And you be like, yeah, I go to church with you, Mr. Reese. Who your pastor is? But God.
The personal prayer getting ready to happen for you, girl.
But I'm calling for prayer.
Quickly, right now. If you're tired of the devil stealing, if you're tired of the devil killing, if you're tired of the devil destroying your life, you must order the personal package, and you got to order it right now. Woo! And get ready for supernatural miracles to take place in.
If you don't hit that like button now, you know what I'm about. You're gonna feel these supernatural powers of the Lord. You know what I'm about. And why he dressed up like he a pope or something? You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, guys, let me get on out of here, man. I be on this job for 5 hour bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. Man, you talking about your stomach hurt, my stomach hurt right now. Cause I got a whole lot of jokes inside of me. That's why I want to go back live so I can crack jokes on Andrew Holmes and them, cause they false prophets of the Lord. You know what I'm talking about. They even look at their hairline. You know the devil got something to do with it. It's over with. You got a hairline like that, you been cursed. Like, look at your forehead. Look what you're gonna do now.